That's the word MOVE to 35620. It's a crazy market. That's why you need our friends at ERA King Real Estate, growing to serve you.
The Alabama Head Injury Foundation strives to improve the quality of life for survivors of traumatic brain injury and for their families. Whether the injury is mild or severe, the life of the injured person and their family is changed forever. The impact can be both emotionally and financially devastating. AHIF provides the information to help clients and families understand the results of injury. AHIF helps access available resources and provides services and programs which meet the unique needs of individuals with traumatic brain injury as well as spinal cord injury in certain programs. Find out how you can help at ahif.org.
Whether you're a weekend athlete or sports is your life, Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics wants to help you stay in the game. If you have an injury or pain that says something's not right, let Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics help you make your greatest comeback. From concussions to sprained ankles, our experienced team is ready with treatment options. Find a doctor at precisionsportsortho.com/providers.
The only place to get the best gear for game day is the Pants Store. 5 great locations in Crestline, Leeds, Trustful, Tuscaloosa, and Huntsville. You can also order at pantsstore.com and follow the Pants Store on social media. Game day hats, all your Yeti accessories, sunglasses, and game day polos from Antigua, Taylor and Mick, Johnny O, and Gentile. And guys, trust me, this is where your daughters and wife want to shop because of all the in-style fashions made especially for them. It's the Pants Store, Crestline, Leeds, Trustful, Tuscaloosa, Huntsville, and coming soon to Hoover and Auburn.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live Daily Show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember, you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
You've been wearing that thin, raggedy t-shirt for years now, and people cannot stop whispering and staring in your vicinity. We've all been there. Luckily, there's a solution to your lack of fashion and social cues. At NextRound.store, they have plenty of options when it comes to a variety of shirts and hats. Once you start putting that Next Round gear on, be prepared to make new lifelong friends and hundreds of unforgettable conversations. Hope you like random high fives in the street, because that's what you're getting after visiting NextRound.store.
Is that the sound of an ooey gooey cheesy crunchy slice of P-I-Z-Z-A? Obviously, but as good as that sounds, we think it can get even better. Oh yeah, that's the sound of a freshly opened fizz-filled Pepsi. The only thing that can take this flavor medley of crunchy dough, mouth-watering cheese, and savory sauce to the next level. How about another bite? Pepsi and pizza sound like a match made in heaven and taste even better. Pizza, better with Pepsi. That's what I like.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live Daily Show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember, you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
You've been wearing that thin, raggedy t-shirt for years now, and people cannot stop whispering and staring in your vicinity. We've all been there. Luckily, there's a solution to your lack of fashion and social cues. At NextRound.store, they have plenty of options when it comes to a variety of shirts and hats. Once you start putting that Next Round gear on, be prepared to make new lifelong friends and hundreds of unforgettable conversations. Hope you like random high fives in the street, because that's what you're getting after visiting NextRound.store.
Start your day on our website, nextroundlive.com. The morning rounds give you the top links to the stories you need to see before going to lunch with your buddies. At nextroundlive.com, you can also watch and listen to the show live, or download our top podcast and shop in the Next Round store. New arrivals, new downloads, new shows, new contests, all on one website, nextroundlive.com. Make it your homepage, nextroundlive.com.
Support the show and grab some great t-shirts and hoodies right now in the Next Round store. Buy the Alabama State map shirts in your team's favorite colors, the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest, or Next Round flag shirts are also online now. Just go to nextround.store, that's nextround.store, The traditional Next Round logo shirts are there too. Buy them for yourself, or they make a great gift for someone else. And let us know what you'd like to see in the store coming up. Nextround.store, that's nextround.store.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
And here we go after a wild weekend of college football. Let me put into perspective what happened this weekend for you. You know about Alabama, number 3, losing 52-49. Number 7, USC loses 43-42. Number 8, Oklahoma State loses 43-40. All three of those games, high-scoring, wild affairs that ended with the home team rushing the field, some chaos in the rankings, and, of course, we start with Alabama, number 3 in the country, losing to Tennessee. Your biggest takeaway from that game, you were in Knoxville. What was it?
Hendon Hooker's a man. I mean, look, I know that Hyatt had the numbers, but and everybody's talking about him today. But Hendon Hooker, I said, if Tennessee was able to win this game, one of the big narratives is going to be Hendon Hooker is your Heisman favorite. He's not there yet, but he's close.
Yeah, I think he needs to be definitely in the discussion. It's funny, he wasn't the best quarterback in the game, but when you win the game, you get all the attention. I mean, the Bryce Young effort was heroic, but Hooker was phenomenal as well. And I would vote him for the Heisman right now, Lance. If I still had my vote and we had to vote after week 7, I'd vote Hendon Hooker for the Heisman.
I would too. I think right now he's playing the best football out there. And I tell you, National Coach of the Year, there's a lot of candidates right now.
Yeah.
Brett Bielema's got to be one of those guys, and Dino Babers. But Josh Heupel, man, the way he's turned this thing around, and it was an unwatchable offense 2 years ago.
It really was.
It was, and our show's not alone. But when Danny White hired Josh Heupel, we all thought, at least I did, but I think I remember you guys thinking the same thing. The guy has made UCF a little less good.
Yeah, they were on a decline.
Yeah. And it felt like Danny didn't get maybe who he wanted and hired a comfort hire in Heupel because they were together at UCF. It felt like that, and it's anything but that.
Well, that's not how it's turned out. And I 100% said that. I was very critical of this hire, and I probably have never been more wrong in my career at this point. I mean, it's hard to imagine I could be more wrong than what I was about that.
My biggest swing and miss was Pat Mahomes.
Pat Mahomes, yes.
Yeah, but I think this might be yours.
Whoever thinks Pat Mahomes,
I was like, the Chiefs took him 10th overall. The guy's a sub-500 quarterback at Texas Tech.
I get some right, I get some wrong. I was right about Will Muschamp. I was right about Tom Herman. I was way wrong about Josh Heupel so far.
You brought up the stat-wise second-best quarterback in the game. It was Bryce Young's unbelievable performance, and they lose the game, but he's extending plays, dodging defenders. He throws for 455 in the game, 35 of 52 with very little protection, some drops from receivers that were just amazing throws.
Getting clobbered left and right. Yeah, I mean, it was just crazy.
That's the most Bryce Young's been hit in his career in one single game. That's the most he's been hit.
And that was one of the bigger differences in the game is how good Tennessee's offensive line played. Will Anderson's name barely got mentioned in the game.
The linebackers, I mean, other than Dallas Turner, making a special teams mistake and getting a penalty, backing Alabama up, or the scoop and score, you didn't hear those linebackers' names mentioned much at all in the game.
Now, Turner was dropping back. He was covering the flat a lot, so there was a lot of time he wasn't asked to rush the passer, but that's what Will Anderson's doing, and he never got close to Hendon Hooker. I think he got half a pressure.
I think one sack for Alabama the entire game.
Yeah, I mean, their offensive line was tremendous. I did not know Tennessee's offensive line could play that well.
And by the way, in you Tennessee fans who may be watching us for the first time today, I passed out a lot of cards up at Tennessee. I took a stack of them.
That way.
If you are watching us, you guys know this already, but a lot of Alabama folks may not have recognized this. Tennessee's their left tackle, their starting left tackle, not in the game.
Yeah.
Didn't play. Best receiver didn't play. Of course, the kid who had the legal issue didn't play.
Yeah, Joe McCullough.
By the end of the game, Tennessee was down to a walk-on defensive back covering Ja'Cory Brooks on that final drive, and he's the guy who made the tackle at the 32-yard line, and then Alabama didn't get another yard. A 3-year walk-on
That's how depleted they were in the secondary by the end of that game with some injuries and the suspension and such. And that's the kind of volunteer effort you got in Knoxville this week.
Yeah, I mean, it was remarkable. It really was. A phenomenal game. Highly, highly entertaining. I get it if your team didn't win. A lot of Alabama fans on this show, watching the show, I should say, and listening, they didn't find it as entertaining as I did. I mean, just watching the game, that was incredibly entertaining, just up and down the field.
Dunaway's got the great video of he was on the field and all of the students spilling out. I was in a sports bar in Knoxville watching, and we've got some video that we'll play later on that, but the atmosphere, it was so much fun.
I like a little more defense than what you got. If you want me to create a perfect football game, I'd like a little more defense, but I can also watch that and say, boy, that was entertaining.
Well, like yesterday, Bills and Chiefs may have been the perfect football game.
A touch more offense. I mean, if I'm creating a perfect game, I need a touch more offense.
Well, those offenses were good yesterday in Bills and Chiefs, and so you're not questioning, are we watching good offense?
Not at all. I just need a little more of it in that game.
Really good defensive effort.
It was. That was a good defensive effort. Saturday, Bama, Tennessee was a good offensive effort. Somewhere in the middle would be the perfect game for me, but that doesn't mean I wasn't highly entertained.
Yeah.
I mean, that was... You couldn't turn away.
Let's get some of the reaction from that game.
Yeah, you couldn't turn away because any play could have decided everything.
Well, I mean, this is another unique stat that just shows you how good of a game it was. 8 second-half scores. All 8 of them either tied or the lead changed in all 8 second-half scores. That's how you know you're watching a classic, when every score in the second half, you had 8 of them, and it either tied or changed the lead in the game, including the final kick. We'll get some of the reaction brought to you by our friends at the Pants Store. If you're looking for a place to be dressed up in the perfect game day gear, you can get that at 7 great locations: Crestline, Leeds, Trussville, Tuscaloosa, Huntsville, Hoover, and Auburn, all over the great state of Alabama. Anywhere you watch us, you can get your game day gear at pantstore.com, or on social media. You can follow them at The Pants Store. Game day hats, all your Yeti accessories, sunglasses, game day polos from Antigua, Taylor and Mick, Johnny O and Gentile, and a lot more. Special game day fashion for the women as well. The great fashion there at the Pants Store. Crestline, Leeds, Trussville, Tuscaloosa, Huntsville, Hoover, and now in Auburn, Alabama, pantstore.com. Josh Heupel, if I understood his post-game correctly, this was his first cigar ever that he smoked after the game.
I find that hard to believe. He looks like a guy that would do a keg stand at the Toga party.
But cigars an acquired thing. Not a lot of people smoke them.
They were a lot going around in Knoxville.
Yeah, it's a tradition that dates back to 1961 in this rivalry. Josh Heupel was the toast of the town in Knoxville. This is how he reacted to the win, and he knew very much what it meant to Vol Nation.
During the week, I don't know that I downplayed it, but I certainly didn't recognize it and felt it and knew it from the moment that I've gotten here. Tonight, obviously, was for our players, but it's for our former players. It's for our donors. It's for our fans. I know how much this has meant to the people of Tennessee and Vol Nation, and so excited that we were coming out with the win.
A big fan of Josh Heupel's. I will say he seems like he likes it there, and I know pressure was taken a little bit off of Brent Venables this weekend with the win over Kansas. But if you're Oklahoma and you can get that guy.
Oh, I'd do it in a heartbeat. But if I'm Tennessee, there's no way I'm letting him go.
Yeah, I'd pay him whatever.
Yeah, I mean, he's put your program back to where Phil Fulmer had it, at least temporarily. Can he sustain that? Nobody knows that. I mean, he shows signs that he can. I mean, the guy's an innovative offensive coach, obviously. He's coaching an offense that appears really difficult for people to stop, even when they've got primo defenders.
Yeah.
Well, I'll say this. Alabama, we were so used to seeing multiple elite receivers. They don't have one. And Tennessee's got multiple elite receivers.
They weren't even playing one Saturday, by the way. I mean, think about that. They did what they did without maybe the best receiver in the SEC.
Yeah, Cedric Tillman, who should be back in time for the Georgia game is the target.
Convenient,
2 weeks is what they were telling me on the sideline. 2 more weeks after that tightrope surgery for Cedric Tillman. Back in time for what will be, if Tennessee can hold serve, which I think they can. It's only UT Martin between.
It's UT Martin
and Kentucky.
No. I'd have to look. But anyway, definitely UT Martin this week. Great scheduling by Tennessee.
They have a come down game just in case.
I mean, my gosh, if you had any halfway quality conference opponent, you'd have to be scared to death about it coming off that. But UT Martin, you roll in. Who they got? Lance?
UT Martin, then Kentucky, then they go to Athens.
Yeah, so that could be a physical game before Athens, but it should be a winnable game for Tennessee.
Georgia will be coming off the cocktail party too, which is interesting. That's a fascinating. That'll be a 2:30 CBS kick right there for you. That's fascinating.
Bye week cocktail party, then Tennessee maybe to decide the East if everybody can hold serve. I'll make a point here before we get to the Alabama side of this. Gus Malzahn, Hugh Freeze, Jimbo Fisher, and now Josh Heupel. Those other three have had rush the field moments where we think, okay, that's the future of the SEC. That offense, Gus Malzahn's offense, or Hugh Freeze, oh, man, he's going to be a pain in the side for Nick Saban forever. Jimbo Fisher beat him last year, has the tide turned. And now Josh Heupel. I mean, Heupel's got to stack on some other things to turn this into, I think Ed Orgeron stood in the middle of the Bryant-Denny Stadium. This is our house from now on.
Yeah, got fired before he could get back there.
He's now in the gutter in Rockstar's Playhouse as it. That's where Ed Orgeron is right now. So Heupel has to do more other than rushing the Pennywise. My bad.
Pennywise, yes. As it.
Yeah, Pennywise. I was looking for.
No, I know what you're saying.
You got to do more than just beat Alabama.
Yeah.
It's a huge moment for Tennessee. But before Heupel, they start putting up statues in places, he's got to stack something on top of this.
All they got to do is lose to Georgia, and I think they're in the college football playoff.
Oh, they may be. I don't know. But the thing is, in
9/11, we're at the what-if season.
Yeah,
what if Tennessee, Georgia, and Alabama all have one loss?
I mean, their offense is getting better, it looks like.
I don't disagree with that. But to your point, Dunaway, that's the challenge of being long-term successful in the SEC. The coordinators are really good here. So if you come in with an innovative offense, all these defensive coordinators find ways to slow you down. You got to be a step ahead of them. And that's what they used to say about Gus Malzahn, is he's always a step ahead of these guys. Well, guess what? Gus lost a step, and he never caught back up, and he got fired. And Alabama defensively came in, and Nick Saban and Kirby Smart were a step ahead of all these guys. Well, guess what? They adjusted, and Alabama has struggled to keep up. So they decided, we better get a step ahead in offense. That's just the way you got to coach in the SEC, and that will be the challenge for Josh Heupel. It was the challenge for Gus Malzahn. It was the challenge for Hugh Freeze. It's been the challenge for Nick Saban. It'll be the challenge for Kirby Smart. Whatever you're really good at, the coordinators in this league are good enough to find ways to beat you at that, and you got to evolve.
I was surprised, to say the least, that Alabama, though they still had a chance to win the game at the end, I was surprised of the lack of adjustments that were made defensively. Maybe they kept adjusting and could not find an answer. But Barrett Jones and I talked. He was filling in for John Parker Wilson pregame, and Barrett seemed to indicate, like I had all week long, I was concerned about the Alabama secondary on these receivers because of the way they played in Austin against Texas. I said it all week long. All the holding and the pass interference because they panicked. I didn't think they could keep up with the Texas receivers. These guys were much better. And in this game, I couldn't tell you what the bad matchup was going to be. Pre-game, Barrett Jones said that he thought the matchup of Helms on a receiver was going to be a problem going into the game.
Well, that was prophetic.
At halftime, Barrett said they are targeting Helms in this game. Well,
I can tell you this. I've never coached a down of football, but I get CBS. Branch, Moore, and Helms could not cover Jalen Hyatt. Now, I don't know that Bama had a corner that could, but I know those safeties couldn't. I mean, every time they were on him, Hendon Hooker looked at him, and it was a touchdown, it seemed like.
Jalen Hyatt, he was Chris Carter. He only caught touchdown passes.
That's it.
6 catches, 5 of them touchdowns. But in the second half, Brown, his touchdowns were 60, 78, and 13 yards.
Well, that's 13 is the outlier.
Yeah.
Normally the 78's the outlier.
Explosive plays, and you can tell by Saban's expression post game. I mean, for that to be the most points ever given up by a Saban team and 17 penalties. I don't know if I've ever seen 17 penalties.
Well, you haven't from a Saban team. That's the first time. And we thought Texas in 15 was crazy.
Yeah.
The most points Alabama as a school has given up since 1907.
That was Sewanee, the old University of the South.
Sewanee did that to Alabama?
That was Sewanee, yeah.
Wow.
They don't even play D1 football anymore. That's how long it's been.
Did Pete Golding the first get fired after that game? Pete Golding, Nick Saban, that whole defensive staff trying to find an answer. They couldn't. Now, there were several calls in the game you Alabama fans are really upset about. One we can't give you an answer to. We'll tell you more about that after Brownie tells us about our friends at Wayne's.
Listen, you may think you're done with your yard and you don't have to worry about it in spring or summer. That is incorrect. If you want your yard to look the best it can in spring and summer, you need to be on board with Wayne's Envirolawn right now. They take care of the fall shutdown season. They get the proper nutrients in the ground. They get the proper pre-emergence in the ground so that your yard looks the best it can in spring and summer. Here's how you get on. You call 866-WAYNES-1, 866-WAYNES, and the number 1. Use code TNR for the next round, and we'll give you your first month free right there with Wayne's Envirolawn. Sign up for 12 months. You only pay for 11 when you use the code TNR at 866-WAYNES-1. Tell them you love the next round, you love Wayne's, you love your yard, and you want it to look great, and you'll save a month on Envirolawn. 866-WAYNES-1 and the code TNR.
The one thing we do not have an answer for, we have no answer. I don't know if anybody can explain it. Not that it changed the outcome of the game. I don't think you can say if they had done this correctly, it changes the outcome of the game. But I cannot today, as we sit here on a Monday morning, explain to you why that was not targeting on Bryce Young when he took a hit from the helmet to the head. And it started with the play not even being flagged at all. And Brown, I had not talked to Brown about this until right before the show. We were mentioning this, and he said this exactly the same thing I said in the press box, which was?
I thought it was roughing in real time. Yeah. Like in real time.
That it should have been flagged for just a late hit.
Young lets the ball go. You see the hit, and then the camera goes to the receivers, and I'm thinking, well, there'll be a flag on that play. And I was a little surprised there was a flag. And then when they showed the replay, I'm like,
how is this not a flag?
It was roughing and targeting.
Yeah, and it's like officials look for that now. And everything has been so we're so super sensitive to concussions right now anyway. It's such a big topic when we talk about the safety of players. And for them not to flag that was amazing. Yeah. I mean, I don't know how you missed that call.
Yeah, that and again, this didn't affect the outcome of the game either, but for the down guy to lose track of downs, I just don't see how he did that. That wasn't even that confusing, really.
Yeah.
It was a very easy set of downs.
While they were reviewing that in the stadium, and I sent this picture out, the guy never changed.
Oh, he was going to die on that hill.
He is standing over there holding third down, and people keep going. They've already said it. You can put it to first down now.
It's fourth down.
And he's holding it on third down. And the other one, the non-official one across the way, is mocking that one as always. But I happened to be glancing as it happened.
Yeah.
As he's moving up, it's digital now.
Right.
And he hit the button that clicked it up to fourth when he was moving to set it up. Oh, he clicked it past 4 to 1 as he was moving to set it up. And then I saw him glance up and he tried to click it, and he clicked it and didn't click it enough. He only clicked it to 3. And so he's sitting there. So he refused to change it.
No, he was going to die on that hill. They were over there talking to him. He's like, nope, third down.
Yep.
He was showing him on his little sheet. They keep up with it on the sheet.
But Heupel called the play knowing that
he knew it was fourth down.
Right, he did, because he
didn't even argue.
He ran the play before, a running play, to shorten the yardage to go for it on fourth down.
Yeah, he knew it was fourth down.
So he was not.
Again, it didn't affect the outcome of the game. It's just hard to believe you could make that mistake. Really, I mean,
we've seen it one time that we can remember in recent.
Yeah, Missouri,
history.
Colorado. Yeah, but they actually ran the extra down. That's what made that one so crazy. I don't think they had replay then.
Your boy Johnny from 3340.
Yeah, Johnny Cogden, good dude.
I always want to call him Johnny Cochran, but it's Johnny Cogden.
Johnny Cogden.
I leaned over and he said, I looked at him. I said, we've seen this before, and he goes, Colorado, Nebraska, the fifth down is Tennessee. Is this going to be the fifth down if they get this and lead to an important score? Did not happen.
No, I don't think Heupel was going to make a big deal about it. I think he was going to send his offense back out if he got the extra down, but he knew it was fourth down.
It was a great, what was that commercial, sportsmanship commercial a few years ago where the kid tells the referee.
It deflected off me.
It went off me, man.
Never seen that, by the way.
Heupel wasn't going to do that.
Not at all.
And then there were some pass interference calls that seemed to have made it into the timelines and conversations. And Nick Saban gets asked about that. I think it was Branch over the middle one, which is the one I had the biggest question about. We talked to Will Lowry, former Alabama player, post-game. What did Will say about the one in the end zone?
He was okay with the Malachi Moore call at the end. Yeah, I mean, Will was, and Will played defensive back at Alabama. And he's like, look, I'd love to sit here and tell you it wasn't pass interference. He said, but I was okay with the call.
Yeah, because he wrapped him and
yeah, I mean, he had the arm around, and generally in college, arm around the back and turn is what you're looking for. But he had the arm around and just kind of swiped. I didn't think he got anything on the swipe. Again, Will played the position and played it at Alabama. and was very frustrated about the outcome of the game. But he said, going back and watching that, he said, I got to tell you, I think it was pass interference.
Yeah, it looked like enough contact.
Yeah. So, but Nick Saban was asked about pass interference calls in general, that particular one, because it was an interception and a field flipper and a game flipper, actually, if the call stands up. And he had this to say after the contest.
I thought the guy made a good swat on the ball, and we intercepted a tip ball. And we had another one on 3rd and 6. Guy had good coverage on a guy. So I don't know. I think, pass interference is one of the most controversial calls in college football, right now. And, I've talked about it before, but just inconsistency in how it gets called, not just on those calls, but in all calls. And, officials do the best they can. And I'm not making any negative comments about what they called.
No, he's right, though. I mean, it does get called different crew to crew, but you just got to adjust to that. I don't know how you do it, but you got to, because that's the way the game is called.
Final possession for Alabama. You and I talked about this a little bit.
Yes.
You get it down to the 32.
1st and 10 at the 32.
And you throw 3 consecutive incomplete passes. Now, Gibbs had a drop. But if you trust your kicker, you're running the football there, right?
Well, you want to either let Tennessee let you burn up all the time or force Tennessee to use their timeouts. Yeah. I mean, one of those
I thought that
two
was going to be the obvious play.
Yeah. The one, look, I mean, you're putting it in Bryce Young's hands. He's the best player on the field for you. I mean, he and Gibbs are the 2 best players on offense. So you want them touching the ball, and he tried to get it to Gibbs on 2nd down. The one I thought was strange is it appeared on 1st down. It was like, look, if the guy's open, if not, throw it out of bounds. You had a timeout there. You picked up the 1st down. I know the clock stops, but you got 2 timeouts. You're going to want to save one potentially for the kick. I get all that if you run it. But I didn't have, why not just call timeout there on 1st down and let's think this through, right? I mean, we've got the game. At that point, if you're Alabama, you've got the game in control. You're controlling the clock. You're controlling possession. You're controlling the scoreboard. You've got everything in control.
And it seems like you at least want to expire them of all their timeouts.
At bare minimum, don't leave them any timeouts. And you'd really like to kick it with as little time on the clock as possible, because I don't know if you noticed this, but your defense is getting no stops in this game.
And that's the thing, is you've got to, worst case, miss a field goal with no time left.
Yeah.
And take it to overtime.
Like, Bill O'Brien's getting a lot of criticism. I think that's just natural, as you're not going to criticize Nick Saban. I mean, the guy's the best that's ever done it. Maybe a little criticism. I don't know what you kill O'Brien for other than maybe that final possession. I mean, what else did he do wrong?
Oh, he only scored 49 points.
I mean, and he needed every one of them.
And if Gibbs makes that catch, we're probably not having this discussion.
I mean, if Gibbs makes that catch, I haven't seen a full 22. There's a chance he scores as good as he is in the open field, number one. Number two, he's taken 20 yards off the field goal, bare minimum.
Worst case, it's a chip shot to win.
And it's another set of downs. Yeah. So now you really control everything. Now they have to use timeouts, and you can bleed it down to 3 seconds for the kick.
Yeah, I agree with everything you said, but Nick Saban afterwards was talking about, listen, we have Bryce Young, we trust Bryce, and we were letting him have the ball in his hand instead of running the football at the end. And that was the decision that was made. Nick Saban was part of that decision, and that's what they ended up deciding to do at the end. And it's not like Will Reichard doesn't have the leg. That thing's good from 60.
No, it
started right and never
hooked.
He's in a funk.
Yeah, he is. He was so dependable at one point, and now it's not been good the last 2 games.
And I really do think that you do think about running if you really trust your kicker in that situation.
Yeah, well, I think they trust him. At 50 yards, that's asking a lot, and plenty of leg. And it started straight on the hash mark, knuckled a little right, and was starting to knuckle back in.
It was a better looking kick than the winning kick.
No, I mean, yeah.
It was.
I mean, Reichard's got to look at that and say, wow, so that's the one that wins the game.
Yeah,
huh?
it's a fickle industry. All right, so there you go. Tennessee beats Alabama. A lot more college football to get to, and we'll react more to what we saw. There's some of the reaction on the field of the Tennessee celebration. They were fined $100,000 for that, per the SEC policy that goes into a fund for athletes.
Did you see what the next fine's going to be for them?
$250, right?
$250. Yeah. But there's never a
you never go back.
There's never a cap.
Yeah,
and they never
2006 was their last incident.
Well, they don't have another big home game this year, so they're safe. I mean, there's nobody else.
You would think there'd be a statute of limitations.
Yeah, you would. It resets at some point.
In 100 years, okay, this is their 7th offense.
Yeah. They'll be paying in Bitcoin by then. Surely that's what we'll be using.
Hey, and I love how they pay $7 million to a recruit. Who's the kid? I met his cousin in Knoxville this weekend. The quarterback.
Oh, yeah, the quarterback, yeah.
Yeah.
I am a Leva.
Yeah, I am a Leva.
I'm a Leva,
yeah. I met his cousin, though, this weekend. Really random. But you can pay a recruit $7 million, but we need our fans to pay for the goalpost.
Yeah, that was a little odd, doing the GoFundMe for the goalpost.
That's a joke. I mean, obviously, they're just
I do.
They don't need the cash. Here's the tweet.
Yeah.
Y'all remember how we tore down the goalposts and hauled them out, kneeling, and dumped in the Tennessee River? Anywho, turns out that in order to play next week's game, we need goalposts on the field. Could y'all help us out? They got them. Rumor had it they already had the goalposts brought in.
Do a Boston butt cell, man. That always worked in high school.
I've got a request
Krispy Kreme
for
donuts.
the Thursday tradition. Who was the first person to ever take a goalpost?
Oh, that's a good question. I'll look it up. Lance.
I just think that would be interesting because I don't know how drunk you have to be that first guy that wants to jump on a goalpost.
Way late for our first break here. A couple of more segments on the show to get everything in as we roll through it all. Brought to you by Precision Sports. Bryce Young off the injury, back in the game, looked perfectly fine, throwing all the passes out there. And these folks at Precision can get you back in the game as well.
They can, Dunaway. Our friends at Precision, they want to remind you if you're close to or have met your annual insurance deductible, your out-of-pocket costs can be significantly reduced. Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics encourages you to see an orthopedic surgeon for that elective procedure to treat back pain, foot pain, hand pain, shoulder pain, and other joints. Make an appointment. Start saving today. PrecisionSportsOrtho.com/providers.
Call the next round now at 205-734-0923.
This hour of the next round is fed by Culver's. Welcome to Delicious. Visit Culver's for all your tailgating needs this football season. From chicken to burgers, find it at Culver's. Welcome to Delicious.
Double the fun and more ways to win at Victoryland Casino and Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Come play thousands of your favorite games featuring fun bonuses and big jackpots. The new Ride plus $50,000 cash giveaway is going on right now. We're giving away a Ford Bronco, Jeep Wrangler, and $50,000 cash. The more you visit, the more chances you have to win. Drawings October 21st and 22nd. Come win at Victoryland Casino and Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Must be 21 or older, must be present to win.
Now is the time to make your kids happy with a playground from Backyard Adventures. Order now and you're still guaranteed a Christmas delivery. Just go to backyardalabama.com. That's backyardalabama.com. On the website, you can see some brand new forts that are available. Plus, the always popular display sale is underway now. Just call 205-408-4FUN. That's 205-408-4386 or go to backyardalabama.com. As always with Backyard Adventures, you get quality 100% cedar with lifetime warranties, and they take care of their customers from start to finish. That means they completely set up the playground. You don't have to do anything. They'll do the landscaping to make it fit into your backyard. They'll do a maintenance program every year for you to keep it looking brand new. And when it's time for the playset to go, they'll come and take it down for you too. Learn about the display sale and see everything you need online at backyardalabama.com or call them up 205-408-4FUN for Backyard Adventures. When it's time to move, there's one name to remember: Crocker Moving Services, for all your moving needs, both residential and commercial, and they'll even pack for you. See all they offer at crockermovingservices.com. Owner Eric Crocker is a Marine, a Birmingham native, and a veteran of the Iraq War. Crocker Moving Services will use made in the USA equipment, made in the USA supplies, and veteran operated whenever possible. And they'll move you anywhere in the continental United States. Check them out online right now, crockermovingservices.com.
Hey, there's nothing worse than waking up to a plumbing problem. Don't get caught in a flooded house. Call the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemp Hill are the only ones I trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. Hemp Hill Services does it right and always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090.
Vulcan Tire and Automotive is hiring. If you want to take advantage of joining in with a local growing company in the automotive service industry, this is the opportunity for you. Hiring oil and tire technicians and more experienced mechanics. If you've got the talent and the desire, there is a spot for you at Vulcan Tire and Auto. Stop by one of their 4 locations and the manager on site can walk you through the pay scale, great benefits, and flexible work schedule. Get paid to build your future in the industry. Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who miss the fairway all day and still pull out the big stick, the type of guys who will always prefer to be behind the grill than in front of the camera, and the men who never let their friends forget about a high school nickname. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Who wants to settle for a single TV? With more TVs, bigger screens, plus our fabulous scenic views, there's more to watch at Twin Peaks.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcasts like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
ERA King has the new Guaranteed Move program, which lets you compare instant offers with open market offers so you can choose how and when to sell your home. You can close with a quick cash offer, no showings, and no open houses, or you can explore multiple offers through a traditional listing. Available only through ERA King. Guaranteed Move puts you in control. Visit movewithking.com or text MOVE to 35620. To learn more, that's MOVE, M-O-V-E, to 35620.
Best and worst of the weekend. Every Monday at this time throughout the year, not just during football season. We do it with basketball and everything that goes on in the summer. Doesn't even have to be football. It can be anything that went on in your life. Best and worst of the weekend brought to you by our friends at Hemphill. Hemphill Services are about to have to turn that heat on this week. High tomorrow in the 50s.
Is it really going on in the 50s?
Oh,
here?
yeah. Freeze warning.
High in the 50s tomorrow.
Freeze warning.
Wow. Well, look, when something's not running right, flowing right, draining right, or flushing right, disaster can strike at any moment. We've experienced that. The first call we make, Adam, Chad, Andrew, the team at Hemphill, the ones I trust to fix it right, the first time always at a fair price for all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs. Trust the name Birmingham has trusted since 1954. Hemphill Services. Call now. 205-229-2090.
I forget the guy over in the chat room who's a Tennessee fan. I think it was like Vol 1998 or feels like 1998 or feels like 98, something like that. He said, cut us a break, LT. We are having to pay off. And he started listing the coaches, Dooley and blah, 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 all the coaches. So we're broke right now. We have had to pay off all these coaches to finally get to Josh Heupel. So best and worst of the weekend, whatever you have over there, you can hit us up in the chat room. You can also do it on the Johnson RV Center hotline, 205-734-0923, 734-0923. Worst of the week is Harsin being the head coach at Auburn still, says G Kerbo down there. Brooks says worst, Pete Golding. Also worst is my Braves crapping the bed. I'll rephrase that for you, Brooks, there. Dodgers, Braves, both eliminated over the weekend.
It blows me away to see, and I just saw it bracketed out on MLB Network, that we've got the Phillies and the Padres
it makes
in the
no
NLCS.
sense, does it? Yeah, and a lot of people point at the 7-day layoff. It really didn't affect the Astros. They swept the Mariners.
Yeah.
We'll see if it has affected the Yankees. I think we're to the point now we could say it hasn't affected the Yankees. Maybe the Guardians are, I don't know. I mean, it was shocking. It's shocking the way the Phillies played in Philadelphia. They just bombed the Braves.
So here we go. Let's do best and worst of the weekend. You can jump in on the phones with us as well at 205-734-0923. Before we get to the phones, Brownie, give me what was your best of the weekend?
My best is we always build up these big college football Saturdays, and sometimes they don't deliver. Boy, did this one deliver. What an entertaining college football Saturday. You had Alabama, Tennessee play to a 3-point game. You had Clemson, Florida State play to a 6-point game. Clemson was the only top 10 team that went on the road that won. USC, Utah played to a 1-point game in a phenomenal late game that had everybody's bitching about the play calling or the penalties in the Alabama-Tennessee game. This one had an officiating call I've never in my life seen, and I can promise you I'll never see again. Oklahoma State, TCU played a 2-overtime 3-point game that TCU won. Just a phenomenal call. And you had ancillary games that were really, really good, but Rarely do we build up the top of it, and really Penn State, Michigan was the only one that didn't deliver.
Yeah, I really can't believe you included in that perfect trio of a great trinity of games there that you added Clemson and Florida State in that. I mean, it got close at the end, but
it was close up until, Clemson scored back-to-back touchdowns there.
Yeah.
But that
Florida
was
State tried to close the gap.
Yeah, that was a back-and-forth game until Clemson scored those back-to-back TDs.
Still can't decide if Clemson's good.
I don't know.
I'll tell you who is, though. Will Shipley is darn good.
There's no doubt. And it's just weird because last year he just wasn't a factor.
Yeah.
But
he's did it on special teams too, right? I was in the car, but Shipley returns the kick to set up a touchdown in the second half. The kid does it all.
Yeah.
And oftentimes not behind a lot of a great offensive line play these days.
Yeah, where they lost the game, Florida State, was the middle eight everybody talks about. They let Clemson score going in and coming out, and that was the big difference there. You're right. They tried to fight back. It was the fourth quarter where they scored those 2 touchdowns to close the gap. It was 34-14 going to the fourth quarter. But it was the back-to-back scores right there that really got them.
Patrick's Best of the Weekend on our 3 guarantee show. He guaranteed Notre Dame and Oklahoma to both have 3 losses. They've already hit that number. Still in October. Good call by you, Patrick, there. Speaking of good calls, JD is up in Huntsville. JD, man, put everything in perspective for us. You're a Bama guy, 52-49. A 15-year streak to Tennessee is done. They rushed the field. They tore down the goalpost. And Alabama still very much in control of their own destiny. But how do you feel about them today?
I tell you what, I was disappointed. I don't think Alabama's ever lost a game that I wasn't disappointed. Disappointed in the 17 penalties, disappointed in some of the coaching moves. You just can't leave time at the end of the game like that. You have to run the ball 3 times, make Tennessee call their timeouts. And then if you do miss, well, then they don't have a timeout to call at the end to be able to get their kickoff. You either win the game or you go to overtime. And I put that on the head coach, which, oh my gosh, I can't believe I'm going to criticize Saban, but that's ultimately his job to make that call. The officiating, I hate to try to blame it on that, but guys, I don't even know what to say. I don't even know how to help them in terms of not knowing what down it was. Even, Gene and Gary saying textbook targeting, and they go, nope, no targeting. And the interception, I heard a guy today say that, nope, it was absolutely interference. Okay, all right, well, then the guy right there closest to the play, he throws the flag, interference. Or maybe the other official in the end zone, he throws the flag. That didn't happen. No flag. I looked at both views of it. I looked at the right there, the one that we saw on television, and then I saw another camera angle from a guy from Huntsville that took the field camera video of it. And the other end zone guy saying incomplete pass because he thought the ball was incomplete. So it's disappointing, but I will say this. Alabama season's absolutely not over. Bryce Young, he proved to me, absolutely, he's the best player in America. And it won't shock me if they don't win the rest of them and go all the way and win this thing.
All right, thank you, JD. And oddly, Alabama has an easier path to Atlanta, much easier, really, than what Tennessee has, which is interesting.
Why? Just because of Georgia?
Yeah, it's just really the Georgia game.
Is that the only reason why?
Alabama doesn't play anybody close to Georgia.
Oh, I agree with that. Ole Miss, number 7 on the road, that doesn't interest you at all?
I mean, it interests me, but Alabama's a much better team than Ole Miss.
I mean, they can be. I mean, I'll need to see.
Yeah, I need to see some defense.
I'll need to see. I don't want to go James Spann on you here, but I'd like to see a couple of the DBs that'll be able to stay within the polygon of Mingo running open down the middle of the field.
Well, I'll also ask you to go watch the film and see what Robbie Ashford did to their defense.
Yeah, again, that's a different game as when you line up on that Saturday. Connecting games to games are hard to do. I understand what you're saying, that Robbie Ashford was able to do it.
But
it'll be interesting to see if Alabama can I mean, I think Alabama can score 49 or 52 on Ole Miss?
Yes, they absolutely can.
Can Alabama's secondary, maybe there's some replacements coming, cover Mingo and another receiver, and can the linebackers get pressure on Jackson Dart? Can they stop the run? I mean, Tennessee was able to meaningfully run the football at times in this game too.
Yeah,
because of the defense Alabama was in the dime package.
Rushing, 182.
Yeah. Alabama played a lot of the second half in the dime package, and Heupel switched to running the football.
But I think Ole Miss will look different after this weekend. I think LSU gets one.
And again, that's my point is you've already got Mississippi State nearly eliminated. Alabama can do that Saturday night and likely will. And you're assuming Ole Miss is still undefeated even when Alabama plays them or finishes that. I mean, Alabama's got a much easier path to Atlanta.
They do because of Georgia for sure, but I would rather have, other than Georgia, I would take the Tennessee schedule than I would the Alabama schedule.
Sure, yeah. But I will be stunned if you don't say Alabama and Atlanta. To JD's point, that was the point I was making there. Not really the argument about who's got the easier road, but I'll be stunned if you don't see them in Atlanta.
Yeah, I would love to see an Alabama-Tennessee rematch in Atlanta.
I think a lot of people would.
I would too. I think it'd be fun. I don't know. I'm interested to see what they can do in Athens. They'll get Tillman back. It's the type of offense that gave Kirby fits when he was at Alabama, not just Nick Saban.
But Georgia will still be like Alabama. Hey, Georgia might be a 10-point favorite in that game.
Yeah, because it's in Athens.
Yeah. Gerald Mincey's the kid I keep mentioning, the left tackle who didn't play in the game. One of the great viral videos, you guys watched it on CBS, the left tackle who was playing yakking in the huddle while looking at the Alabama defensive line, and after he was through up chucking, he pukes through his mask while listening to the play while looking at the Alabama defenders, and then right when he was done puking, he sort of nods at them and saying, "Yep, I just puked and I'm about to come up and block some more, man."
Yeah, it was awesome. He puked. It was like,
I saw it. It was great. Dude's like pointing at him too.
Yeah.
Like I'm not done.
Yeah. Who was the guy that used to throw up on the ball? It was an NFL lineman. Somebody in the chat room will know.
Yeah, NFL lineman who used to throw up on the football. Yeah. I'd hate to be that quarterback. Stinky hands for a variety of reasons. Much more best and worst of the weekend brought to you by Hemphill as we roll on over there. Vol fan in the ham. We could literally play Bama 3 times this year.
That'd be highly unlikely.
Yeah, I mean we can spend all of October and November doing the what if scenarios, but to get 2 SEC teams in the playoffs has happened a lot more than probably should. And you're helped out by the fact that USC lost over the weekend, but you still have UCLA and Oregon, and the most meaningful matchup this weekend is where game day will be 2 top 10 teams. Clemson has gotten through the toughest part of their schedule. I'm not sure they got Syracuse, who's unbeaten this weekend. I don't think that'll be a close game. Clemson is going to.
I think it will be.
You do?
Yeah. I mean, I just think Syracuse is one of these teams that everybody's overlooking right now. I just think they play really, really good defense. They can run the football with Sean Tucker. They're getting good quarterback play out of Schrader.
So we'll see what Clemson and Syracuse look like this weekend. But if you've got unbeaten out of the ACC and Michigan, who annihilated Penn State. So I don't think Michigan loses until we get to
them and Ohio State will be undefeated. Right. I just don't see how.
At that point, don't you get both of those teams?
I don't know.
It depends on how that game plays out. I mean, if it's a tight game, you probably do.
I mean, and again, I always say this, you got to tell me what's happened in the other conferences. I mean, it appears that it's going to be difficult to get even a one-loss Big 12 champion.
Well, I mean, TCU.
I know, but do you think they're really going to skate through this thing and not lose a game?
I don't think so. I think the games are too tight.
I agree. And then the Pac-12, it's unlikely they're going to give me a one-loss champion. Clemson's going to get to play North Carolina in the conference championship game, it appears. So they'll be, the only ACC team standing. I don't know. I mean, again, you got to tell me what happens at all these other conferences for me to play the what-if game.
Yeah, but if we had already expanded to 12, I'd feel really good about Alabama,
easy.
Tennessee, Georgia.
And probably Ole Miss.
And maybe Ole Miss at that point.
I need to see Ole Miss play these next 2 games before I start talking about them being anywhere close to a playoff.
You're watching in Oxford today. Brown at nextroundlive.com.
Remember, I had you 10-2 last year, too, and nailed that one. They're at LSU, at Texas A&M. Very losable games for Ole Miss.
Yeah, again, I still think they're a 9-3 team.
Yeah. No, you're right. The rest of their schedule, and let me see if I can.
It's not easy.
Yeah, I've got it right here for you because I wrote this down as a point. The Rebs are at LSU this weekend, at A&M, home to Alabama, at Arkansas, and Egg Bowl to finish out the year. All those losable games.
Absolutely losable games.
Yeah.
And they've played well. I don't want to discredit what Kiffin has done. But
Dart's getting better.
Yeah, this is the difficult part of their schedule they're about to play is my point.
That look ahead there at Ole Miss schedule brought to you by, actually that was the whole chase for the ring. The place to get the ring is our friends at Bromberg's.
Yeah, Bromberg's, they are your diamond specialist. Make sure you get in, go see them. If you're thinking about popping the question, Holidays right around the corner. Family owned and operated. Bromberg's since 1836 has established such solid reputation as a fine purveyor of quality diamonds as well as jewelry, timepieces, and gifts. 2 great locations, Mountain Brook and the Summit. You can also shop online. Go to brombergs.com.
Okay, Tennessee up to number 3 in the AP poll. Bama drops to 6. They basically switch places. Georgia, Ohio State, Tennessee, 1, 2, 3. Michigan is 4, Clemson is 5, Bama's at 6. Ole Miss is there at 7. Kentucky is 19, Mississippi State is 24. The new AP, the first AP basketball poll comes out at 11 a.m. Central today. So we'll find out where Auburn and Alabama are ranked. You expect them both to be ranked today? I do.
I do, yeah. Yeah, we'll see.
Auburn and Alabama both ranked today, maybe. We'll see it. AP poll comes out at 11 o'clock Central. SEC Media Days for basketball in Birmingham tomorrow and Wednesday. More football when we come back. Our Michelson look-ahead right here includes John Samuel Shenker, Auburn tight end after the loss at Ole Miss. He will join us into the bye week at 10:25 Central today. Joel Klatt, who saw Michigan run through Penn State. He'll join us at 11 o'clock. He's got a thought on Alabama, Tennessee, Georgia, and the playoffs. He's with us at 11 Central today. And Nick Saban's news conference live from Tuscaloosa at 12 noon Central today. All that and our Michelson look ahead brought to you by Michelson Laser Vision.
Hey, to find out if LASIK is right for you, make the phone call that I made 2 decades ago, 969-8100, Michelson Laser Vision. Ask for Amy, tell her the next round sent you, and they will hook you up with an absolutely free consultation. You've got nothing to lose to find out if LASIK is right for you. If you wear the contacts like I did for years, you're wasting money each and every year on contacts and solution. Make the call that I made, Michelson Laser Vision, 969-8100, or online, michelsonlaservision.com.
All the stories important to us are in one place. Catch the morning rounds each weekday at nextroundlive.com.
This hour of the Next Round is fed by Culver's. Welcome to Delicious. Visit Culver's for all your tailgating needs this football season. From chicken to burgers, find it at Culver's. Welcome to Delicious.
Banking isn't just about your money, it's about you. It's about getting help with what you need when you need it. AmFirst was founded for members just like you, and they've been putting those members first since 1936. Putting you first means services that grow and change with the times to serve you better. Now, every bank has their own app, but that's just it. It's theirs, not yours. The AmFirst app was made for you, so it's easy to pay bills, deposit checks, or transfer money to friends and family from anywhere. You can even customize the app, which means you can personalize your dashboard, create usage alerts, and redeem points for rewards that will make you feel like the #1 priority you are. And you can do it all on your own time. So what are you waiting for? Get the app made for you from AmFirst. Visit any AmFirst location or amfirst.org today. That's amfirst.org, America's first federal credit union, federally insured by the NCUA.
This is your home. You want a brighter future and a community that's united by action and commitment. And united starts with you. We are United Way. And for almost 100 years, we have served people from all walks of life. That's our united commitment. United starts with you. Give to United Way of Central Alabama.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
Holly Mack Wilson is not your normal Keller Williams agent. With too many certifications to count, she is now in the top 2% of all Western Alabama real estate agents. That means she's more qualified to help you buy or sell a home, better trained in negotiating the best deal possible, and now can help you buy or sell a home anywhere in Alabama. From Huntsville to Gulf Shores or anywhere in between, call Holly Mack Wilson at 205-901-9446 or visit hollymachomes.com. Holly Mack Wilson, an anywhere in Alabama realtor.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the Next Round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
The Next Round is proud to partner with Vulcan Tire and Auto, and we're excited to announce their first-class team and facilities are growing. If you are an experienced general maintenance technician looking for a new opportunity with a great growing company, go by Vulcan Tire. They want to talk to you. Not experienced, but interested in working on cars? Again, go by Vulcan Tire. They have a spot for anyone that has a can-do attitude, wants to work, and enjoys helping people. 4 locations and more to come. Vulcan Tire and Automotive, Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
Brownie with an interesting television point here in the commercial break that I did not know or expect.
Yeah, according to Stefan Krasinski, I don't know how, he covers Mississippi State for the Clarion Ledger, Alabama and
just call him
Mississippi
Special
State.
K over there.
Oh, Stephen K. Alabama and Mississippi State are getting the prime crew from ESPN ABC. Chris Fowler, Kirk Herbstreit, Holly Rowe, and Todd McShay will be at Bryant-Denny Stadium Saturday night.
Do you think that involves Kirk flying from Eugene to Tuscaloosa? Or
Is that where game day is?
Yeah, or will he take game day off?
I mean, he'll probably.
Well, it's a night game.
Yeah.
He's got time.
Yeah, 6 Central, though. 11 a.m. Central, leave Eugene.
That's about a 4.5 hour, I would think, on a private jet.
Yeah. He's on the old PJ, as they say on Succession.
Yeah, but that gets you, best case scenario, 3 o'clock, 3:30 in Tuscaloosa.
Yeah.
With no problems.
You know, that game has lost a lot of luster.
It has. I mean,
Alabama, Mississippi State.
Yeah,
yeah.
I mean, State laid an absolute egg. No pun intended.
Well, you're right about Kentucky. They find ways to yuck it up, and Will Rogers was very pedestrian. Their offense. I mean, it was a 3-3 game at halftime.
Yep. More on all the other games after Brownie tells us about Johnson RV Center. If you're looking for a great way to see the second half of the season, why not tailgating at some of these great SEC stadiums with our friends at JohnsonRVCenter.com.
And the good news is they're clearing out the 22s to make room for the 23s. Things like the 9.0 TD Express from Clipper. Less than 1,500 pounds. Easily towable. Fully equipped with the deluxe package and exterior grill. Just $139 a month with 10% down and approved credit. You can see all the great deals. I-65, exit 304 in Coleman, 334 in Decatur, and always online, JohnstonRVCenter.com.
Georgia, number 1 in the country still, 55-0 over Vandy. Stetson, 289, 2 touchdowns in that one. In that Kentucky game you guys were talking about, Chris Rodriguez returns. 196 running the football. Mississippi State didn't have the ball a lot, but when they did, a disastrous offensive performance for Will Rogers and Mike Leach. It's the second time this year, second half LSU, and now this game in Lexington. And by the way, both of those road games, like they face this week against Alabama, and both of those against, to me, less than defenses than what you're going to get with Alabama, despite Alabama just giving up 52.
I mean, I was ready to say Mississippi State was the second best team in the West.
Yep.
And now I have no idea what the pecking order is. I don't know if it's even Arkansas with multiple losses.
I think right now you got to go Ole Miss.
Yeah, I mean, because they are undefeated. But, Kentucky are so different with Rodriguez in that lineup. Because Will Levis, to me, still, if you're talking about the number 1 overall pick, or not number 1 overall pick, but going in the first round. Back to Hendon Hooker. How's Hendon Hooker not a first-round guy?
Yeah, absolutely. I'd take him in a heartbeat.
Well, I called that a couple of weeks ago. I was like, I'd rather have Hooker than Levis, and I think you agreed with me.
Oh, yeah.
And after watching, I mean, he doesn't really do it traditionally with his legs. You know, most people think, you know, a dual-threat quarterback. He doesn't even run with power. Remember how Cam would run?
Yeah, who Hooker? We're talking about here?
Hooker doesn't run with power.
Yeah.
Cam used to run and would run over people. Bryce doesn't run with power, and Bryce doesn't look to run first ever. You know, it's almost like the last resort when Bryce is running. Hooker is a reluctant runner.
Yeah.
He does it effectively, but when he gets to the point he's either going down or starting to fall back from the hit, he's not a power runner.
Hooker's got a little, to me, Deshaun Watson in him. I see a little Deshaun Watson with Hendon Hooker.
I could see that.
Yeah, so, I mean, if you like the way Deshaun Watson plays, Hooker would be, when he's on the field, Hooker would be great for your franchise, yeah. Real quick, did you see time of possession in that game? Tennessee, Mississippi State. This is what happens
Kentucky, Mississippi State.
Kentucky, Mississippi State. When the air raid goes bad, this is what happens.
Well, I can only imagine, just because I'll throw this number, then you tell us. Kentucky, 239 on the ground.
That's right.
Mississippi State, 22.
That's right. 40-20.
Wow.
40-20.
Technically, it was 39 and some change to 20 and some change. 40 minutes to 20 minutes, time of possession. It's going to be hard to win a game on the road when you've let the other team have the ball that long.
Absolutely. Best and worst of the weekend continues over there. Worst of the weekend, landmark believer, is the Ohio State-Miami late flag throw at Neyland Stadium on the game-clinching NIT. JD was talking about like there was never a flag thrown. There was a flag thrown. I was on the field, right? I didn't get to. I couldn't see that corner, but there was actually a flag thrown on that play, right?
Well, he was saying it was late. A lot of people, and I don't know this, I'm just telling you what people are saying, is that it came well into the return to the point that even the CBS people thought it might be a block in the back.
Right.
On the return. I don't know. I did not go back and see the timing of the flag.
Yeah. Let's go look at the play as we get to the top of the hour here. Let's go relook at the play. Is there a chance that they announced the number they called it on? Because is there a chance that it was not even on
Malachi Moore?
The person, was it the guy? Because you see another DB and receiver being pushed through the screen, I think, if I remember it correctly, or with my eyes. Is there a chance that it was thrown on that guy? A little bit more clarification on that. But anytime you give up 52, hard to blame it on anything else except and especially when you had that many penalties, than your missteps. We will talk more about Alabama's road to the SEC championship, Tennessee's road possibly to Atlanta or the college football playoffs, reaction to that game, wherever we are with Brian Harsin, and a lot more when we come back at the top of the hour here. John Samuel Shenker in the next hour, the Auburn tight end. The show being brought to you by our friends at the Urology Centers of Alabama.
Yes, Dunaway, and they want to remind you bladder cancer is a common type of cancer that begins in the cells of the bladder. The bladder is a hollow muscular organ in your lower abdomen that does store urine. Bladder cancer signs and symptoms may include blood in the urine, painful urination, frequent urination, back pain. Factors that may help increase bladder cancer risk include smoking, increasing age, being male, personal or family history of cancer. Although there's no guaranteed way to prevent bladder cancer, here are some things you can do to reduce risk. Don't smoke, take caution around chemicals, choose a variety of fruits and vegetables in your diet. This is all from our friends, Urology Centers of Alabama. To book an appointment, 205-930-0920.
Follow at Jay Luntz.
Going to a big football game? Walking around all day? Then you'll want comfortable shoes. This is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. Score a touchdown with a new pair of ultra-comfortable running or walking shoes. Come to the New Balance Birmingham store. I'm telling you, we'll make sure you have a perfect fit and we'll treat you like the starting QB. Our job is to make sure your feet are happy. Visit the New Balance Birmingham store on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A. Your feet will thank you.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations, but we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Football season is back and so are tailgates. It's time to win that tailgate with Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Sterling and his winning team will open up the doors so you can dine in or an easy-to-go pickup when you order at champyschicken.com. At Champy's, you experience southern staples like chicken on a stick and those Mississippi Delta recipe tamales that are to die for. Hand-cut chicken tenders and a whole lot more right on your way home or to the big game. Highway 119 in Alabaster. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call guttercapbirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap.
Things fall apart. There's even a book about it, but that doesn't mean you have to break the bank to fix them. Ryan Brown here for the next round. Our friends at Mortgage Right have a new renovation option that will make repairs and other home improvements easy. If you've recently purchased a home and find yourself short on cash, or you're looking to buy a fixer-upper, Mortgage Right's renovation loan program can help you spruce up your space. Repairs can be made to your roof, plumbing, flooring, and more with the help of top-notch mortgage professionals. So get your fix by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR. And MLS 2239 Equal Housing Lender.
The Alabama Head Injury Foundation strives to improve the quality of life for survivors of traumatic brain injury and for their families. Whether the injury is mild or severe, the life of the injured person and their family is changed forever. The impact can be both emotionally and financially devastating. AHIF provides the information to help clients and families understand the results of injury. AHIF helps access available resources and provides services and programs which meet the unique needs of individuals with traumatic brain injury as well as spinal cord injury in certain programs. Find out how you can help at ahif.org.
For more than 40 years, Red Wing Shoes has been helping the hardworking people of Alabama. This is why Red Wing Shoes has created the 3-step comfort solution. Step 1, a certified fit specialist will use a 3D scan to electronically measure your feet and arches. Step 2, the fit specialist helps you get the appropriate footwear for your occupation. Step 3, customize your boot or shoe with a Red Wing orthotic. Whether you have a high arch or flat feet, Red Wing has comfort solutions for you. So experience comfort at its best. Visit one of the Red Wing shoe stores located in Pelham or Trussville.
The only place to get the best gear for game day is the Pants Store. 5 great locations in Crestline, Leeds, Trussville, Tuscaloosa, and Huntsville. You can also order at pantstore.com and follow the Pants Store on social media. Game day hats, all your Yeti accessories, sunglasses, and game day polos from Antigua, Taylor and Mick, Johnny O, and Gentile. And guys, trust me, this is where your daughters and wife want to shop because of all the in-style fashions made especially for them. It's the Pants Store, Crestline, Leeds, Trussville, Tuscaloosa, Huntsville, and coming soon to Hoover and Auburn.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Daniel WP over in the chat room. The Tennessee fans in the chat today must have risen from the dead. Bama fans are chippy today. A lot of fun over in the chat room. If you're watching us on any of our video platforms, we come your way every day on 12 different platforms. We're glad to have you either on the audio or video side. Wherever you are, like, subscribe, and hit the thumbs up button. Thanks for being with us. Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, Rockstar, Forrester, Lunsford, Tyler the intern. Taylor is in our social media center, directing everything on TikTok and on Snapchat and Instagram, Facebook, and of course they're on Twitter at Next Round Live. Our show being brought to you in part this hour by our friends at MyBookie.
Your favorite athletes always try to put themselves in a winning position. It is about time you did as well with MyBookie.ag. MyBookie.ag has the biggest online selection of odds and contests to fill your sports betting needs anytime, anywhere. Bet on the NFL, Major League Baseball playoffs, or play for a share of big cash prizes in the weekly blackjack tournaments. If you've been waiting for the right time to get in on the action, well, that time is now. Make your winning move today. Here's what you do. Go to mybookie.ag. Use promo code NEXTROUND. That is next round. They are going to match your deposit of any amount up to $1,000. Again, that is promo code NEXTROUND to claim your bonus. Experience sports in a whole new light. Make this season a winning one. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere. mybookie.ag, code next round.
Jeff says, worst secondary in 10 years at Alabama. They're not making the playoffs.
I would agree with Jeff. I do not think they make the playoffs now.
No playoffs from Lance on that side of the table.
How do you guys feel about it? Because I agree they'll go to Atlanta.
I need to see what happens in Georgia, Tennessee. You didn't think they would last year either.
No.
Well, actually, you did. You were the one that was saying Alabama would beat Georgia. I'll take that back.
Oh, yeah.
I didn't think so. After what happened down at Jordan-Hare Stadium, I didn't think that team had a chance, and they ended up winning the game. So just getting to Atlanta without another loss, and then you got a chance. One game situation.
You can't doubt Saban. You can't doubt Bryce Young.
Yeah, so. Bryce Young right now is incredible. Is unbelievable.
How about if Milrose?
I thought about this. I thought about this.
If Milrose started and played that entire game,
that would not have been great.
I'd say I don't know. The game plan would have been very different. They would have the possessions would have been less for Tennessee. Could have been a very different game.
I think it would have been a different game.
Yeah.
I don't think it would have been good different.
Okay. Hey, Forrester, get ready. This could be one of those moments you clip out and a debate we send out on social media. You ready?
I'm
going to pose a question here. You
First
ready?
take. You playing Stephen A? I'm Skip. I got Skip.
Okay. Who's going to be Shannon? No, here we go.
All right.
This is a serious take, tight shot here, and I'll ask the question, then we'll get these guys' reaction. Could Tennessee be 2019 LSU? Go.
It's funny. Guy that I went to Knoxville with brought it up this weekend. He was like, I just feel like this Tennessee team is 2019 LSU. I kind of disagree. Hendon Hooker, is he as good as Joe Burrow was? Probably not. They don't have the playmakers LSU had.
Best receiver not on the field. Jamar Chase is not, Tillman is nowhere close to Jamar Chase,
No.
but when you take it as a whole and a little bit better running game, 2019 LSU, could Tennessee be 2019 LSU?
What was that LSU team's Achilles heel, if they had one? They didn't have much of one.
I don't think they had one.
Tennessee's got one in their pass defense. Now, who are they going to run into that can take advantage of that? Can Georgia? Maybe Tennessee plays the run pretty well, and they protect Hooker very well, and they got playmakers at receivers. That pass defense is still the big question. Everybody that's halfway decent at quarterback that plays them roast that pass defense. Now, they've got enough offense to overcome it, but at some point, Hendon Hooker's going to have a bad game, and if he has the bad game at the wrong time and your pass defense is getting roasted, that's trouble.
That LSU defense got better and better as the year went on. Tight shot Forrester, one more here.
Oh, here we go. Cut two.
Tennessee is 2017 Oklahoma.
Yeah, I could see that more. That Oklahoma team's defense was no good, but they just outscored everybody.
Until they got to Georgia and the Rose Bowl,
And should have beat Georgia, and Georgia had to make that great comeback.
They mismanaged the end of the first half, which really, really ended up burning them.
Baker wins a Heisman that year. I could see Hendon Hooker win a Heisman, and they get to a college football playoff.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, that may be a better comparison. Maybe not even 2017 Oklahoma, but one of those Oklahoma teams in there that had all the offense they needed, but defense is what tripped them up eventually. I could see that one maybe even more than 2019 LSU.
Feels like 98, Tennessee fan. Let's be honest. If Tennessee has a secondary, this is a repeat of the Clemson game, talking about how Clemson beat down Alabama out in San Jose. Was that where it was? No, it was Santa Clara.
I could say the same thing. If Alabama had a secondary, Alabama probably wins by 3 touchdowns.
Yeah.
So, that's the if game you play.
Yeah. If there was no pass interference at the end, Alabama wins this by 2 touchdowns.
So, if you want to play the if game,
That is a good question. Does Eli Ricks exist?
Yeah.
Preseason All-American, it doesn't see the field, but, could it get worse?
I think that shows you how far down he was, right?
Okay, let's say he doesn't understand the defense, hasn't practiced well, doesn't like to practice, whatever it is. What if I just say, okay, we're going to call the defense for the other 10 players. Eli, your job is wherever Jalen Hyatt goes,
Yeah.
you
Yeah.
just go with Jalen Hyatt.
The old
We're going to keep it very simple.
backyard.
We're going to keep it very simple. You go with Jalen Hyatt wherever he goes, and the other 10, you play the defense.
The old Gene Hackman line when he tells Strap, I want to know what flavor chewing gum he's got.
That's right. That's right.
If he goes to the bathroom to take a piss, you go there with him. Yeah, I mean, yeah, you're right. Or at least, make contact with him at the line, get him off his route or something. It seemed like he was getting a free release on every one of those plays.
Yeah.
On a safety. I mean,
to your point, they had 17 penalties. At some point, just take another one, just clocking him one
just
time.
see if they'll call it at the line rather than 15 yards downfield, right?
Yeah, interesting debates there. Some of you, one Tennessee fan, it's going by so fast in the chat room today, one Tennessee fan said, listen, as a Tennessee fan, I don't think we're as talented as that 2019 LSU team. That's considered to be one of the best college football teams of all time, and then 2020 Alabama sort of passed that, and then 2021 Georgia got into that debate.
Just on offense, Joe Burrow is better than Hendon Hooker. Clyde Edwards-Helaire is better than any of their running backs, and they don't have a Jamar Chase. As good as Cedric Tillman is, he's not Jamar Chase. So,
right.
I mean, 1, 2, 3 across the board on offense, you're already behind.
You
If
couldn't
just wanna compare
outscore that
players.
team, and I can't even imagine what that 2019 LSU team would do to both of these defenses.
Oh, my God.
I mean, really name the what are they wanted to score?
Every possession.
Remember, though, that Alabama-LSU game was a pretty high-scoring, wild affair in
absolutely
Tuscaloosa
was.
back
Yeah.
in 2019. And but at least you'll give me this. Tennessee, at least we're at the halfway point. It feels like we're in December. We're only at the halfway point. But right now, Tennessee is proving to the country that this conference is, much like 2019 LSU did, much like Tennessee, much like 2019 LSU, Tennessee is proving to the rest of the country that the SEC is not just Alabama and Georgia.
Well, think about it. I mean, if Tennessee goes on this magical run and somehow won a national championship, I know we're jumping way ahead of the script here, but that would be 4 different teams in 4 years from the SEC.
Yeah, and that's a big.
I mean, how many conferences right now in the Power 5 don't even have 4 that have won a national championship?
That's an interesting stat, by the way. Since Tennessee last beat Alabama in this long streak, there have been 11 SEC football national championships.
Yeah.
Now, 6 of them by Alabama.
But still, they all count.
3 by LSU, 1 by Georgia, 1 by Auburn.
Yeah.
But the Pac-12, is USC the only team that's won?
Yeah.
No, Washington won one.
Ever?
Yeah. Oh, ever. I thought you meant recently.
I think UCLA has one back in the day.
Yeah, I think it's 69 or something like that.
50s
UCLA has one they claim. Yeah, but not many teams have.
In Big 12, you've got Texas and Oklahoma.
That's pretty much it.
SEC.
Yeah. Well, TCU claimed some back in the 30s. I mean, when you get back in the 30s and 40s, there were a bunch of national championships handed out.
I'm just saying that the SEC can have 4 different in 4
it's
years,
crazy.
and that might be more than half the Power 5s have.
Yeah, interesting. All right.
Real quick, I was just going to say, if you want to keep the comparison going, people forget about sometimes that 2019 LSU team, how they barely beat Texas in Austin, and that was a super average Texas team.
Was that 45-41?
No.
40.
Yeah, maybe.
38-45. 45-38, I think, was the final, if I remember right. And that was like a 5-loss Texas team.
But roughly a game like we just saw.
Kind of, yeah. Yeah, it was up and down. LSU had it late and got the score.
Rockstars guy, and then we'll get to some more reaction video-wise from what we saw in Knoxville and a lot more.
My guy is Adam Mestre at MD Realty. Of almost the 4,000 agents in the Birmingham area that recorded a sale in 2022, Adam is in the top 8% of those agents. He is a third-generation realtor, born and raised in Birmingham, so he knows the area. You want a guy like Adam to find a house for you. Why rent when you can buy? Buying a home is the largest financial decision you will make, so make sure you're using an agent that you can trust to help walk you through the process. Call Adam Mestre for a free home evaluation at 205-422-0589 or visit mdrealtyllc.com. At MD Realty, we make house calls.
All right, so Georgia, Ohio State, Tennessee now, Michigan, Clemson, Alabama, Ole Miss, TCU, UCLA, Oregon. That's your top 10 in college football. We're still 3 weeks away from the first rankings?
Generally, the first week of November. I'll look and see, but that's normally when they do it.
Now,
that first Monday after the first games in November, I think.
If you're new to our show, as many Tennessee fans are, thank you for waking up. College football is around for Tennessee Nation today. We're going to react with some video and pictures from the big win over Alabama. Forrester says, I've got a Tennessee fan post-game pick you guys have to see. We have not seen this. So Forrester is going to give us this Tennessee post-game picture that we have to see. Let's have it.
Oh, my. Dude's got a hairy enough chest he could shave a solid power tee in there.
Smoking a cigar with a...
And his girl does not mind.
No.
Girl on top. I would imagine...
Mick Ultra.
It was a great night.
I would imagine neither one of them remember the night.
You know, going out to a couple of bars, being in a bar when the game was going down. I mean, the atmosphere was incredible. Okay. And you could just feel like a weight coming off that fan base.
Do you have some of LT's video? Let's go to LT first. We'll save mine for last on the field because really loved watching the student section. Just hit one here. What do we have? This is LT.
Yeah, this is my table where I was watching from.
The kick's about to happen?
The roommate is actually filming, yeah.
Is this just a normal bar?
Yeah, it's just sports bar.
Sports bar there in Knoxville?
Here we go.
The kick is
good.
I really thought the place was about to fall in because we're on the second floor, and you could like almost feel the floor moving.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Oh, so that's the second floor, huh? And everybody bouncing up and down like that? Yeah.
That would bother me a little bit.
Watch Lance right here.
Oh, nice hat, though.
Yo.
Yeah.
Next round.
Here's what happened to me. You know, I thought Alabama would win this game going away by a couple of touchdowns. And on that pick that is so controversial, the PI, you know, they don't call that Alabama wins game by 2 touchdowns.
You know, we watched the play again in the commercial break. I think they're calling it on not the
Jordan
tip.
Battle.
I think they're calling it on Battle, who is sweeping the garbage out of the way.
Yeah.
The other receiver out of the way.
He did not call a number as we went back and looked, and I did not catch that in real time. I just assumed it was Malachi Moore they called. But they called pass interference, and the head official does not say a number. So I have no idea who he called it on. It would only be Moore or Jordan Battle right there.
Yeah. We have shown something that has the bots jumping into the chat room over there.
It was the guy with the shaved chest. Come
Hey,
on.
lines to get in different bars were lasting upwards of an hour and a half for people to get in.
Well,
post-game or pre-game?
Pre-game, during the game, post-game.
All day.
It was one in, one out in most bars.
Yeah.
Estimated crowd outside of Neyland Stadium without a ticket was 50,000 people. I saw one video where they had a big screen, I think near where game day was set up.
Right.
That looked like that scene where you always see in the NHL playoffs or the NBA playoffs, a center where everyone's watching the game. It looked like that kind of crowd watching, and when the kick went through, they all started jumping up down. It looked like 10,000 people in that one setting. I mean, that's the kind of crowd we're talking about there. And I was walking back to my car a good hour and a half after the game with a couple that were probably in their 50s. And they were like, no, we didn't even try to get tickets with the price like this. We just wanted to come and be part of the atmosphere.
Do you have any idea what they were going for? Like just a lower bowl?
On game day, Reese said, and that could have changed, Reese said the get-in price, worst ticket, the nosebleeds, was $600 a pop.
Yeah, I think what happened is Tennessee fans that came just for the atmosphere Friday night got really drunk and said, I want to be part of whatever happens tomorrow, and they overpaid.
Yeah.
Well, I guess you didn't overpay. You won, and it
fine
was a great
overpay.
game.
Yeah. The wife says, and Rockstar, cue me up, cut 11. The wife tells me that we're walking back that her 2 sons were going to buy tickets because they started going down as the game kicked. So they got down, as prices dropping, you still get in after the kick. But when Tennessee jumped out to the lead,
back up,
they went back to the
That's
price.
hilarious.
Again.
Yeah.
So even in second quarter with Tennessee leading 28-10, you couldn't get in at a cheap price. So here, let me set up this video for you. So it's 49-49. Alabama's missed their kick, and Tennessee is about to try their kick.
I love where you posted up, by the way.
Well, that's the student section.
Ladies up front.
Girls in the front. And I've been told, I didn't see it when it was happening, that there is probably some blurring that needs to be done on this. But
she's wearing underwear.
We'll let it roll. But the general reaction to this is how hard it is for these students to get over such a short brick wall. But I want you to watch for 2 things. One, the expression of every one of the students as the ball is snapped, the kick in the air, and then the celebration as they rush the field. But the reason it's hard for them to get over the wall is the thousands of students behind them start pushing forward. So now you're pinned up against that wall. So you've got to be able, everyone's forcing you against the wall to pull your legs up.
Dangerous situation.
And get over the wall.
It really is.
It really is.
That's just why they find them for rushing the field. It doesn't stop anybody, but it's why they find them.
So watch the anticipation, the kick, and the reaction here. We'll talk over at Rockstar, but play it Nats up. We'll apologize for the cursing and any of that.
You better go now.
The girl in the white boots, she
Girl
didn't
in
want
the
to be the
boots
first
is gone.
one. She didn't want to be first, but she didn't want to be third either.
Nope. And there's the shot. The mighty blurring.
You see how hard it
Leather
is?
pants.
That dude just trampled the chick in
I
the
know.
white pants.
Yeah, I mean, it's wild.
Okay, coming up here, we've got a face plant in just a second.
Oh, yeah. See, girl in normal cowboy boots
I
is
think I see
stuck.
it. It's going to be this guy in it.
Nope. It's
this
two
girl
girls.
right here, the black-haired girl in the middle. Now watch her. She can't get her foot. Her foot's caught.
That's so
and her
scary.
friend just pushes her over.
Boom! Oh, no. And then they all fall.
And now the security's trying to get over to help her.
Yeah.
Finally, she gets up. If not, it was going to be continuous chaos.
Yeah. No, it really is scary.
Yep.
I mean, I know they'll remember that the rest of their life, and to my knowledge, nobody was injured, thank God.
Yep. We don't. Oh, we can't show this from Rockstar. Okay.
No.
Keep going.
No. Good tape.
Wow.
Yeah. I get nervous every wave.
Yeah.
It gets a little more nerve-wracking.
That last young lady wearing a sundress, I did not follow her because I didn't know what we'd see at that point. Just an amazing scene. Can I tell you, Jimmy Alabama fan then came out right then, right?
Oh, what'd you do? Did you
I
trip
shot
him?
the video. So I got 60 good seconds to send out.
Right.
Are you tearing up right now?
Well, no, it was just funny. But then Jimmy Alabama fan came out. I had my Battle Red Next Round Live hat on.
Right.
So I had that on. That's what I'm sporting. I'm credentialed media.
Okay.
So at that point, I decided, well, my goodness, we better make sure we've got the Alabama players off the field. So I turn around with security.
Yeah, the guy that is 6'5", 320 needs your help.
No, I mean, they've got a line. They're trying to get the Alabama players off without incident. So I'm now helping security as the students are rushing onto the field.
Thank you, man. We need.
Who is this idiot?
I'm like pushing them, like, no, this way. Keeping a tunnel.
Do you want a Purple Heart?
You deserve it, man.
A thank you from Nick Saban would be good. Now, this is a true story. I'm not making this up. I've not told it to anybody yet. But
okay.
So I'm helping. One security guy is like, what are you doing? And I said, I'm helping out. I'm with the team, I said.
I'm with the team.
Because I've got a coat.
Are you Nick Saban?
I've got a dress shirt and a coat on and my crimson hat on. So I'm with the team. He's like, okay, thank you. And I'm like, people are coming. They're now on the goalpost. Alabama players are walking under. And so now it's not a lot of the players are not coming in anymore. And like all of a sudden,
they got
it
cut
seems like
off,
everyone's off. And I looked over them, and people are everywhere. I looked over at the guy, and I'm like, did we get Coach off yet?
G. Curbo says, thanks for your service, Joe.
What happened to the band?
I really did. I'll tell you in a second. I really did. I said, did we get Coach off already? Yeah, he made it off okay. Good. Thank you, guys. And that's when I left.
You boys head to Cumberland Avenue. Take care of that scene.
You guys are clear. We got Coach out of here.
Not on my watch.
The band is in full. The $1 Million Band is up there. And they can't get out because it takes a while to march the band out. 100,000 people are rushing the field. People are rushing outside.
Don't they have to go down on the field and then march out the tunnel?
And out the tunnel to get out, or they can go up the stairs. But obviously getting out is no problem. So the $1 Million Band, for safety reasons,
right,
had to stay there for about an hour as the field is covered and fans are there, and they took the brunt of everything. The players are off the field. In fact, I would say the team is already at the airport boarding the plane or already on the plane in the air before the $1 Million Band was able to leave the stadium. The cheerleaders, a smaller group, were taken underneath into a safe room.
They've had a rough year. Missed the Austin game
I
altogether.
know, but they saw a lot of the Tennessee game.
But the $1 Million Band was, and that's where our CBS 42 live shot was down there. And they took a lot of the people filing off the field were throwing them birds and chanting at them and saying things. One guy was so brutal. I looked at him and I said, "Dude, that's the band. Do you think the band had anything to do with this game? The band. Those are band guys."
Are you Michael Keaton?
If this thing was flipped around and the PI call was on Tennessee and Bama wins on the last second,
city might have burned.
Is it? Because we remember the debris game. Was it last year or 2 years ago with Ole Miss?
It was last year, right?
Oh, this was. I don't know what it was like that day.
Yeah, it was last year.
There was old-fashioned hate, even pregame for this one.
Yeah.
I mean, this was an angry Tennessee crowd, and it was. If Alabama had pulled it out, it was going to be the most brutal of the 16 wins in a row. That would have been the most brutal. All right, John Samuel Shenker coming up on the other side. We will talk to him as we continue our coverage of what went on in Week 7. Part of the show today being brought to you by the University of Montevallo. If you're looking for a great place to go to school, Montevallo is the answer. Montevallo.edu to find out more about the school and schedule an in-person tour. Montevallo.edu.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
After years searching for a classic jacket that was functional in the field and the city, Tom Beckby couldn't find one he liked, so he decided to make his own. Since designing that first jacket in 2015, Tom Beckby has continued to draw inspiration from natural settings to produce classic outdoor equipment with time-tested rugged materials. Visit the brand new Tom Beckby store in Mountain Brook Village, a local business, with the goal of outfitting you for the outdoors here in Alabama and wherever the road takes you. Mountain Brook Village or online, TomBeckby.com. That's Tom, BECKBE.com.
Culver's could have only started in Wisconsin.
Hi, welcome to Culver's.
Just ask our team member, Sarah.
When you order a Culver's Butterburger, you're never just a customer. You're a guest in our home. It's why we cook each Butterburger to order just for you, right down to getting the perfect sear on the beef. That extra care may be a small town thing, but it's big time important to us.
Let us serve you with a smile that stretches from our hometown to yours. Welcome to Delicious.
Don't let a roof problem disrupt your football Saturday or Sunday. Call Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing, locally owned at 205-542-3531. Greg wants to give you a free no-cost inspection. Free, no cost, no obligation, 205-542-3531. He can also pressure wash your metal roofing. It's easy to see why his company's so successful. A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau, and insurance companies trust him. You should too. 205-542-3531 or just look him up on Facebook, Greg from Pell City.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live Daily Show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember, you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
You've been wearing that thin, raggedy t-shirt for years now, and people cannot stop whispering and staring in your vicinity. We've all been there. Luckily, there's a solution to your lack of fashion and social cues. At NextRound.store, they have plenty of options when it comes to a variety of shirts and hats. Once you start putting that Next Round gear on, be prepared to make new lifelong friends and hundreds of unforgettable conversations. Hope you like random high fives in the street, because that's what you're getting after visiting NextRound.store.
For one of Birmingham's best beer selection since 2016, come check out our friends at the Beer Hog. With 64 local, regional, and international craft beers on tap, there is something for everyone. Plenty of TVs to watch all the games while you enjoy some of their fresh-baked pizzas and delicious appetizers. The Beer Hog also has wines on tap and a full bar with great signature cocktails. Don't forget about the large selection of packaged beer and growlers to go. Follow us on Facebook or just stop by the Beer Hog located 2408 Pelham Parkway. Let's face it, a home is one of the most powerful assets you can have, and our friends at Mortgage Right want to help you build wealth through home ownership. Mortgage Right is all about providing competitive rates, a variety of loan products, and a multitude of resources for a seamless home buying experience. They treat their borrowers like family and are always looking to bring more happy homeowners under their roof. See more by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR today and start living. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Unexpected expenses are every homeowner's nightmare. The longer you wait, the more the expense. That's why if you have water, fire, or mold damage to your home or business, you should call DryTech immediately. The quicker you call, the more you save. DryTech's professionals are accustomed to dealing with these situations and can guide you toward the quickest and most efficient solution to your problem. DryTech also offers 24/7 emergency services, so let DryTech prevent a minor problem from becoming a major one. Call DryTech 205-637-0143 or go online to mydrytech.com.
Oh, let's still waste any time. Let's get to John Samuel Shenker here, who it's a bye week for Auburn. Don't call it an off week because they'll do some work, but it looks like our hunting friend, at least he's outside with sunshine and trees. I don't know if he's hunting. It doesn't look like he's in a tree stand or anything.
Well, we'll see. We'll ask him.
No.
You're not in a tree stand?
No, I'm not in a tree stand. I'm in the backyard.
Oh, okay. That's close enough.
We're city guys. That's outdoors for us, man.
John Samuel Shenker with us each week on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. It is the next round presented by Bud Light. Bud Light and Anheuser-Busch remind you, decide to ride. Before you ever take that first drink, have a plan in place. Decide to ride with Bud Light and Anheuser-Busch. How needed is a bye week right now for this team?
I think it's pretty needed. Just really for injury purposes, we're very thin in some positions. And you kind of saw that on Saturday. Just, we're a lot of guys going down and things like that. That's what happens when you play in the SEC. You get, into the grind of the season is guys get nicked and bruised and some big injuries come up. So the bye week's huge for most teams, really. Just trying to get your guys back healthy. You really have 2 weeks to do that. So it's a really big piece, and you really want to take advantage of it.
What do you think the biggest problem with this offense is? And you guys came to life after being down 21-0, but it looks like it's getting a little bit better. Is that fair?
Yeah, it is. But, the issue is just giving the ball to the other team. That's when you play on the road in the SEC, it doesn't matter if they're ranked or not. If you turn the ball over more than they do, you're not going to win the game. Or at least you give yourself a very slim chance to do so. And that's a problem that we had throughout the year, and that's what came up early in the game on Saturday. And then obviously special teams, we gave up one as well. So it's a big piece that we got to get fixed moving forward because we ran the ball really well in that game. Tank had a really good game. So it's just holding on to the ball, not giving opponents a chance to capitalize and giving them momentum.
Tell me what Robbie's doing better now from the first time he got to start to now. What has improved about him at quarterback and the offense as a whole?
Well, he just understands the offense better now, play calling and the huddle sequence and all of that. So he's starting to understand that a lot better, which is a big piece. That can be a lot for a guy that hasn't played a big game yet. So I think he's handled that a lot better now. Now it's more about managing the game in a better way, making smart decisions with the football, and doing the little things right.
John Samuel Shenker is with us, the Auburn tight end, on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. It is the next round, presented by Bud Light, who reminds you to decide to ride. Before you ever take that first drink, Anheuser-Busch and Bud Light remind you to have a plan in place and decide to ride. There was a moment on the sidelines that the ESPN cameras caught where Robbie Ashford and Tank Bigsby were having a heated exchange. I know those happen all the time on the sidelines. The sideline reporter said it was, something about who got the ball on the goal line, and Ashford was saying it doesn't matter who scores. All that aside, I thought it showed Ashford growing up a little bit. Tank's a veteran guy. You're a veteran guy, and Ashford's in there talking with him, but they go back out and everything seems fine on the field. From a novice, I look at that and say that's an example of Robbie Ashford growing up a little bit. Am I way off there?
Yeah, a little bit. I think you're right in that regard. I think he's grown up a little bit. But that it was more of a miscommunication with Robbie and Tank in that conversation. One guy meant one thing and the other guy thought he meant the other. So, but yeah, when we back out, there was no issues. The rest of the game, after the game, there's still none. So. But yeah, I think Robbie's maturing. There's still things that we need to work on as an offense and himself as well. Just being in the role that he's in and knowing that everyone's always watching and just being able to handle situations the right way. But he's done a good job of that. But I did think he grew up a little bit in that moment. So that is progress.
What was the message from Coach Harsin after the game going into the bye week?
Well, first it was to get healthy. That was a big piece. We got a lot of big pieces that are out right now or nicked and bruised. And then just focus on every day. There's something that we got to get better at each and every day. And on the offensive side is protecting the football. Our run game was good, but if we can protect the football, we give ourselves the best chance to win. So that is the first and foremost, the biggest thing that we got to do.
I got two questions here. I'll ask the positive one second. I'll go negative first, and feel free to pass, not answer if you want to. But I get texts, and I don't play on the team all the time, about the coach's future. Do you get asked about it ever? Do friends text you? Do students text you? Does family text you? Have you heard anything about Coach Harsin and the coaching staff? Does that happen in your world?
I don't get it a lot, not really. My family doesn't really ever ask me about that. The only people that really ask me are guys in the locker room that might read some on Twitter and they ask me, but I haven't heard anything about it. Everybody's still very much into the season, so I haven't had any issues with it as of now.
And then the positive one is obviously your ultimate goal of being in Atlanta for an SEC championship game or something like that is over with. But there's still bowl eligibility possible if you guys win X number of games down the stretch. What are the reset goals when you're this far into the season on the bye week? What is the goal that you guys are playing for at this point? Is bowl eligibility something that you hang your hat on at this point?
Well, I think in order to be the best, finish the best possible way that we can, we have to focus on Arkansas and focus on being Arkansas. If we keep looking ahead to the rest of the season, we're not going to beat anybody because we're not focusing on anything. So I think the biggest thing that we can do is focus on Arkansas and Arkansas only moving forward. Now, the bye week, we get time to reset our brains and kind of step away for a second. So when we step back in the complex next week, it's time to go, and it's full ball to Arkansas, which I think is the biggest key. If we can just focus on that, focus on being one team at a time, we go out and we do what we need to do, then we'll put ourselves in position down the road to play in a bowl game.
Away from football, is there something that you have looked forward to doing in the bye week that you will get to do this week that maybe you wouldn't be able to do in a normal game week?
I wake up and watch game day on Saturday mornings. Sometimes I don't get to do that. I try to do that if we have a night game, but I enjoy growing up. That was a big thing for me and my dad. We wake up and watch game day. So on Saturday, I'll probably wake up and watch a little game day. Probably not watch a lot of games, just get away from it, but I'll probably try and watch game day on Saturday morning.
I know you guys were playing, so you didn't see it because you were coming right out of game day. You were the game right out of game day, but Coach Corso was back Saturday up in Knoxville, so that had to make you feel good, right? He had missed a couple weeks.
Yeah, I was happy to see it. Miss that guy. He's always an interesting time on game day. So, yeah, I was happy to see him back.
All right, he is John Samuel Shenker, Auburn with a bye week. And then, as he mentioned, Arkansas up next for the Tigers. We always appreciate the time. Rest up this bye week, and we'll see you next Monday.
Yes, sir. Thank you, guys.
All right, thank you. Take care. John Samuel Shenker on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. Presented by Bud Light. Bud Light and Anheuser-Busch remind you to decide to ride. Before you ever take that first drink, have a plan in place. That's how you decide to ride. A reminder from Bud Light and Anheuser-Busch.
And the irony is he'll get to watch game day this week with his buddy Bo Nix and Oregon playing host to game day, number 9 UCLA, number 10 Oregon, in one of the bigger matchups, probably the most intriguing matchup of the weekend coming up. So a chance for Bo and Oregon, who've been very good since they got beat down by Georgia, to sort of take control of their destiny in the Pac-12.
I think that Pac-12 is going to get awful messy. It would not surprise me, Lance, for Oregon to win this game, give UCLA that first loss. Now, Utah's got a couple overall losses, a conference loss. USC's got a conference loss. It could get really messy.
I do think this is a good UCLA team.
I think I do, too.
I think it's a bad spot for them, though.
Yeah.
I think I like Oregon to win this game, at least early on.
There is a chance, though, that the seats in New York at the Heisman are limited. And that conversation, C.J. Stroud, Hendon Hooker, Bryce has to still get some consideration. There are different players around at some point, Max Duggan is going to get some consideration if TCU keeps winning. But there is a chance that if either one of those quarterbacks have a huge game with game day there in the audience that'll be watching UCLA and Oregon this weekend, that DTR or even Bo Nix could get into a conversation of not winning the Heisman, but possibly being in New York.
Yeah, look, I saw a list today of 10 guys, and number 10 was Bo Nix. Interesting. If you go back to week 1, I thought it was going to be a disastrous season for Oregon.
Yeah. It is an interesting game, though, and it's not as good a lineup games-wise as we had last week, but there's still some intriguing games. Texas Oak State is one of them, but I think UCLA Oregon is the main game on the board there, but it's a 2:30 kick, which I'm okay with, but I'd kind of like to see that game at night.
Yeah,
I'd like that to have been the primetime game.
A lot of misplaced time kicks.
Yeah, that's a weird one right there.
Hey, Crocker Moving Services are the people to use for the right time to move in your life. Whether it feels like a bad time, they'll make it feel right at crockermovingservices.com. Residential and commercial moving. They'll box up your home. They'll box up your office. That's right. Not only will they move you, but I had a friend that moved this weekend, and I was talking to him after the game coming back from Knoxville about how Alabama had lost, and I was like, what are you doing? He goes, we moved the big stuff from a moving company, but I'm packing up all the little stuff to move out of the old house. I said, dude, you don't have to do that. crockermovingservices.com, they pack up everything for you. And, I'm just amazed at how many people don't realize that they will do that. crockermovingservices.com, and especially if you're moving your office, they'll handle that for you. Eric Crocker and the great folks at crockermovingservices.com will take care of you. He's a Marine, a Birmingham native, and a veteran of the Iraq War. 48, anywhere in the continental 48 states, he'll move you and move your office. He does it with made-in-the-USA equipment and made-in-the-USA supplies whenever possible. Check them out, crockermovingservices.com, crockermovingservices.com. More phone calls as we roll on, 205-734-0923, 205-734-0923. John is down in Mobile, Alabama. John, how are you?
Hey, guys. Love the show. The thing about the game, when you go on the road, all you're hoping for is for the officials to be fair. That's example, like if you're a home plate umpire, if you're going to call a strike 2 inches off the plate for one team, do it for both teams. And I don't feel like
I don't
feel like it was any.
Yeah, you're obviously not the first person to say something like this, either in the chat or just on Twitter or on the phones or whatever. But
I've seen pictures of a couple of plays where Tennessee had 12 people.
They did have 12. They had 12 people down on the goal line one time in Alabama. The clock was running down. They called a timeout. If they'd run the play, they had an easy penalty there.
Well, with this crew, and I've read where this was the same crew that got suspended a couple of years ago at the Auburn-Arkansas game when Bo screwed up the.
It is the same. The crew's not entirely top to bottom the same, but there's about half the crew that's the same, including the head official. Yes, that is accurate. But no, here's the question I was going to ask. Yeah, but here's the question I just wanted to ask for somebody that says this. What do you think is at play there? Do you think? I mean, why would they call the game against Alabama and favor Tennessee? Why?
The only thing I can figure is incompetence. And
so they're just bad at their job.
Intimidation by the crowd.
Okay, so they're bad at their job and they got intimidated. You're not suggesting there's some sort of conspiracy against Alabama, right?
Well, I go back to what Coach Bryant told us. Two things. Number one, if you blame the officials, you didn't deserve to win the game anyway. But number two, because
wait, why go to number two? If Coach Bryant said number one, why ever go to number two?
Well, what's number two?
He also said number two.
What's that?
Is it because you're Alabama, the officials hate you so bad, you're down 7-0 before the game starts?
I never heard that.
I didn't know Coach Bryant ever said that.
I heard it out of his mouth.
I never heard that. Now I heard the first part. I heard the first part said by a lot of coaches.
Let's move on.
Okay.
Let's move on.
All right.
On the last drive before we were, when we doinked the field goal attempt, and I don't understand why we got away from this. Maybe y'all can ask somebody. I'm screaming because the Tennessee defensive line and their six that are coming, they're laying their ears back. They're coming. I'm screaming, run a screen.
Yeah.
We used to be devastating in the early 2010s at running screens and I haven't seen one in years.
It feels like Alabama's screen game right now is to the wide receivers. You want them to run it to Jahmyr Gibbs or Jace McClellan or something.
Well, somebody else,
Yeah.
because wherever Jahmyr Gibbs was going, and by the way, if he hangs on to that pass, he's still running.
Yeah.
You know.
Oh,
on the
yeah.
last drive. But,
He either scores or makes it a chip shot field goal, one of the two.
yeah. Anyway, I just don't understand. You know, don't run into a wide receiver. Like, put a fullback, or who's the guy with the mustache and the mullet? Y'all posted pictures of.
I mean, you're describing half the South.
John, thank you. I appreciate the call.
No, John, I love John. I love you, man. But you know, if we're going to do all the ifs in a game, if they cover Jalen Hyatt one time of his 5 touchdown catches and 6 receptions, just if they cover him one time, one less touchdown, if they make them use one more timeout in that final possession to where they can't stop the clock, if the linebackers are able to get to Hendon Hooker 1/2 second earlier to knock down Hendon Hooker so he doesn't complete it to Brew McCoy, if, you know, there's 1,000 ifs in a game like that. There was 8 ties or lead changes with every score in the second half. I'm just not the kind of guy that's going to sit here and say you can't. I mean, even if you don't like the call or you think the call was wrong, you can't leave it up to having the officials decide the game. If you think that's what happened, you can't leave it up to that. You can't leave it in their hands. You got to play better than that. 17 penalties is one thing, but not covering. I mean, having Jalen Hyatt set a Tennessee school record on you.
Yeah, I mean, that is, look, 17 penalties. Again, I don't think I've ever seen it, but I've never seen a guy go 5 touchdowns in a game.
That's true.
I mean, Alvin Kamara did 6 Christmas a couple of years ago, I think. But this is the first time I've seen, and nobody's ever done it to a Nick Saban team.
Yeah. So it's, I mean, that Tennessee offensive line without its normal left tackle out there, and you can't get to the quarterback more, and you've got, you know, the best linebacking core in the country, and, you know, Will Anderson's having to fight through 3 bodies. That doesn't leave anybody else open to make a play. You're in a dime package a lot because you're having trouble covering their guys, so you don't have the same push up front, so they're able to run the ball a little bit on you. It's just one of those days where Tennessee executed a little bit better than you did down the stretch.
Yeah, and let's not forget that this is now the number 3 team in the nation that's receiving first place votes, and it was a back and forth game in Knoxville.
Part of our show today being brought to you by the official tequila of the next round. That's Maestro Dobel Diamante Tequila, the world's first clear multi-age tequila. You know anybody that had tequila this weekend?
I know a few people that did, yes.
Dobel Diamante.
It travels, by the way.
Dobel Diamante. You can take it across state lines, apparently. It's a blend of extra añejo, and reposado tequilas, aged in a new European oak barrel, double filter to remove color while producing a crystal clear spirit of character and smoothness. Crystal and clear in appearance, smooth and crisp on the finish. Maestro Dobel, the perfect tequila for sipping or mixing. You'll hear Nick Saban's news conference, more reaction after seeing the game tape from the Alabama-Tennessee game, looking ahead to another big one at home, Bryant-Denny this week with Mississippi State in town. We roll on with more of the next round up next.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
At ERA King Real Estate, they're empowered by technology and driven by community. They have the most extensive training and the most innovative tools in the business. And they've now opened their 10th office location in Central Alabama. To find your agent in your neighborhood, text the word MOVE, M-O-V-E, to 35620. That's MOVE to 35620. In this crazy market, depend on a neighborhood friend. ERA King Real Estate, growing to serve you.
Fall is here, and fall means football, but don't forget about your yard. My yard is looking fantastic, and it's all thanks to our friends at Wayne's. Because it's fall, lawns are now in dormancy, and yards of the month are made in the fall during the proper shutdown of the growing season. It is important to get the correct nutrients and pre-emergent in the turf and root system to ensure a weed-free and lush lawn next summer. Call Wayne's today, 866-WAYNES-1, or visit them online, callwaynes.com. And remember, first month is free of the EnviroLawn service from our friends at Wayne's.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
For more than 40 years, Red Wing Shoes has been helping the hardworking people of Alabama. This is why Red Wing Shoes has created the 3-step comfort solution. Step 1, a certified fit specialist will use a 3D scan to electronically measure your feet and arches. Step 2, the fit specialist helps you get the appropriate footwear for your occupation. Step 3, customize your boot or shoe with a Red Wing orthotic. Whether you have a high arch or flat feet, Red Wing has comfort solutions for you. So experience comfort at its best. Visit one of the Red Wing shoe stores located in Pelham or Trussville.
There are so many things I love about walk-ons. Authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine, prepared fresh, daily from scratch. A great beer selection and TVs everywhere to watch the big game every day of the week. And of course, they've got 2 great locations on Highway 280 and 119 and at Hoover near the Hoover Met. Walk-ons is also a great place for happy hour. 2 to 6 Monday through Friday with $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. And it's an easy take-home experience for the family as well. Highway 280 and Hoover with walk-ons.
As a U.S. Navy SEAL, Jared Hudson fought for us to keep America a safer place to live. He's trained hundreds of law enforcement officers across the nation and served in the ranks himself. Jared Hudson wants to be your sheriff, where he can protect Jefferson County, you, and your family.
I'm Jared Hudson. Together, we will solve the crime epidemic in Jefferson County. Join me in making our community a safe place once again.
Paid for by Jared Hudson for Sheriff Campaign, 3524 Decatur Highway, Suite 300B, Fultondale, Alabama, 35068.
Hi, this is Alex Durant from the Better Business Bureau. Does your business believe in ethics? Is your business trustworthy? Do you hold your business to the highest standards? Does customer service reign supreme? After you've answered yes to all these questions, answer this. Are you BBB accredited? If not, why aren't you? BBB is a community of ethical, like-minded businesses and brands that believe ethics and values like trustworthiness play a vital role in the marketplace and in the success of their business. BBB accredited businesses voluntarily hold themselves to a higher standard, in turn making their communities a better place to live and work. The BBB torch was lit over 100 years ago by business owners like yourself to protect the public from the impact of fraud in the marketplace. Today, the torch is carried by businesses large and small who all believe that better businesses make better communities. Apply for BBB accreditation today by calling 205-558-2201. Mention promo code BETTERBIZ for a special offer for Next Round listeners and earn your sign of a better business.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Want more of the Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Back with you on the Next Round. Rockstar's viewing menu in a second. Part of the show being brought to you by Alabama Power, Brownie.
Hey, and what Alabama Power wants to remind you is you have an online account with them. You have one, or you're given easy access to view or pay your bill, as well as update your contact information. It ensures you receive important information quickly. You can benefit from convenient tools as well. They got the digital wallet. You can pay your bill with Amazon Pay, Apple Pay, Google Pay, PayPal, or Venmo. Secure in your choice. AlabamaPower.com/myaccount to get started.
All right. Only 31 of you are able to navigate the minefield that was the pick 3 this week. NextRoundLive.com, the lowest number yet, but that happens when you have some teams that get upset, like USC, Alabama, Oklahoma State in the top 10. Tough weekend out there. 31 of you, though, got another ball in the bucket. We'll play again this week at nextroundlive.com. We'll let you know when that's open on Wednesday or Thursday. Right now, let's do the new Life Art viewing menu. Back to football, Joel Klatt at the top of the hour.
Our game week special, Alabama versus Mississippi State. Free standard shipping on any order with the code LESSCowbell at checkout. That's code LESSCowbell. Go to danielmooreart.com for more information.
9 p.m. on Action Max. You know, you must have a good script if you can get Pacino and De Niro
Oh, yeah, if you get those guys together, yeah.
Did anybody see Righteous Kill?
Nope.
Veteran NYPD detectives are hot on the trail of a clever serial killer who's been gunning down vicious felons who have been able to escape being convicted of their crimes. Starring Robert De Niro, Al Pacino, 50 Cent, and Donnie Wahlberg.
Oh, wow.
Oh, yeah.
Quite the cast.
2009, I think it was.
Yeah.
I don't know. In 1995 Heat, they were really good together.
Well, this is Righteous Kill, man. And then 9 p.m. on Stars Encore Black. It is a channel. Stars Encore Black. Badasses on the Bayou. 2 senior citizen action heroes investigate a kidnapping while attending a wedding in Louisiana, starring Danny Trejo, John Amos, and Danny Glover.
I think I'm going to pass.
Yeah.
Not much on tonight, guys.
Really,
yeah, we got the Broncos if you really want to watch some bad offense.
Finally, Broncos in primetime.
Hey, I know.
Guardians, Yankees. More runs in that game or more points by the Broncos? We can make that a poll question if we want.
Yeah, I'm going to go more Broncos points.
Do you think they break out of it a little bit tonight?
I think they will tonight. I mean, that's going to be your lock. Is going to be the Broncos plus 4.5. So
funny line from Peyton Manning, who's really, really good at being funny.
I was this close to Peyton Manning Saturday.
Were you?
Yep.
Did you tell it to him?
We were having some technical issues. Taylor, who I was doing some live shots with.
Not Taylor Corrin, Taylor Kaufman.
Taylor Kaufman with CBS
42,
42. Should we ask him to come on our show? And I was like, I'd hate to get him over here, him say yes, which he wouldn't have. But if he'd have said yes, get him over there, and then we not be able to take the shot. So I'm going to pass.
Should have got him to do post game with Brown.
He was very nice. He was very nice. He lit up a cigar on the field, though.
Yeah, funny line, though, from him. They're doing the pick segment, and Herb Street picks Alabama. And Peyton's like, oh, Kirk, I think Kirk's going batty from all those points he's watching on Thursday Night Football.
Yeah.
Herb Street dies, man. He knew he had him.
I was talking to a guy from the SEC office in the press box. I thought Peyton's best line, because I was able to see this before I walked into the stadium, was, if Oklahoma doesn't start playing better, Greg Sankey may take back that invitation.
Yeah, he did say that. He did say that. But Peyton's very funny. Such a funny guy.
He really is. That's what Rockstar is watching, brought to you by our friends at New Life. Also part of the show being brought to you by Nichols Outfitters, Brown.
Yeah, Jimmy D. Right now at Nichols Outfitters, they want to remind you that gun safety is of the utmost importance. And they've got those great safes, but they also, if you've got a firearm, maybe a hunting rifle, a shotgun, you don't use it anymore, they may buy it back from you. Perhaps you updated your hunting firearm a few years ago. You still got the old one. Don't just hang on to it, let it collect dust, fall into disrepair. Nichols Outfitters will pay you for your old firearm. Drop by and talk to the team at Nichols about what they can get you for your firearm. Nichols Outfitters, I-65, exit 242 in Pelham.
Okay, here's what's happening. We're about to talk to Joel Klatt about everything that happened this weekend, including the big upsets like Tennessee upsetting Alabama. The AP college basketball preseason poll comes out in about 5 minutes. We'll have that for you after we talk to Joel Klatt. Matt Smith of SouthernPigskin.com doing the numbers here. Non-conference Power 5 versus Power 5 out-of-conference games this year. The Pac-12 is 4-7. This is Pac-12 versus out-of-conference Power 5. ACC 6-8. The Big Ten 5-6. The Big 12 7-4. The SEC 8-4 as far as out-of-conference Power 5 on Power 5 games this week. After we saw Stanford upset Notre Dame this past week, Marcus Freeman's first loss as officially a Catholic.
Yeah, more on that coming up in my Stock Up, Stock Down.
That's coming up a little bit later on. But Joel Klatt, the Klatt Monkey, next with us right here on TNR.
Call the next round now at 205-734-0923.
Going to a big football game? Walking around all day? Then you'll want comfortable shoes. This is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. Score a touchdown with a new pair of ultra-comfortable running or walking shoes. Come to the New Balance Birmingham store. I'm telling you, we'll make sure you have a perfect fit and we'll treat you like the starting QB. Our job is to make sure your feet are happy. Visit the New Balance Birmingham store on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A. Your feet will thank you.
Hi, I'm Lionel Richie, and I have traveled all over the world, but I consider Tuskegee, Alabama as my home sweet home. I have such a pride in this state, and I know that there's something I need to tell you that's of great importance. Vote. Register to vote and get your voter ID today. It really is easy. Easy like Sunday.
Holly Mack Wilson is not your normal Keller Williams agent. With too many certifications to count, she is now in the top 2% of all Western Alabama real estate agents. That means she's more qualified to help you buy or sell a home, better trained in negotiating the best deal possible, and now can help you buy or sell a home anywhere in Alabama. From Huntsville to Gulf Shores or anywhere in between, call Holly Mack Wilson at 205-901-9446 or visit hollymachomes.com. Holly Mack Wilson, an anywhere in Alabama realtor. For more than 40 years, Red Wing Shoes has been helping the hardworking people of Alabama. This is why Red Wing Shoes has created the 3-step comfort solution. Step 1, a certified fit specialist will use a 3D scan to electronically measure your feet and arches. Step 2, the fit specialist helps you get the appropriate footwear for your occupation. Step 3, customize your boot or shoe with a Red Wing orthotic. Whether you have a high arch or flat feet, Red Wing has comfort solutions for you. So experience comfort at its best. Visit one of the Red Wing shoe stores located in Pelham or Trussville.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies. Get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app. Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live Daily Show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember, you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
You've been wearing that thin, raggedy t-shirt for years now, and people cannot stop whispering and staring in your vicinity. We've all been there. Luckily, there's a solution to your lack of fashion and social cues. At nextround.store, they have plenty of options when it comes to a variety of shirts and hats. Once you start putting that Next Round gear on, be prepared to make new lifelong friends and hundreds of unforgettable conversations. Hope you like random high fives in the street, because that's what you're getting after visiting nextround.store.
Vulcan Tire and Automotive is hiring. If you want to take advantage of joining in with a local growing company in the automotive service industry, this is the opportunity for you. Hiring oil and tire technicians and more experienced mechanics. If you've got the talent and the desire, there is a spot for you at Vulcan Tire and Auto. Stop by one of their 4 locations and the manager on site can walk you through the pay scale, great benefits, and flexible work schedule. Get paid to build your future in the industry. Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Joel Klatt in just a second. He'll join us to talk a little college football. Let's do our headlines this hour. Brought to you by our friends right there at Gutter Cap. Temperature is going to be really cold starting tonight, and that means the leaves are officially falling now.
Yes, the leaves are falling out there. One thing you don't want to do is get out the dangerous ladder. It's a dirty, dangerous job. You need to call my good friend Chris Stewart at Gutter Cap, 823-2212, guttercapbirmingham.com. 20-year service record right here in Birmingham, and right now 45% off the retail price for the Next Round viewer and listener. Call Chris Stewart today, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it.
You keep an eye while I do these headlines just real quick before we go to Klatt. See if the AP basketball poll comes out. I will tell you the football poll came out yesterday. Tennessee and Alabama flipped spots basically. Vol's up to number 3. Alabama's down to 6. So it's Georgia, Ohio State, Tennessee. I would have voted Ohio State number 1 weeks ago. But I'm okay. Georgia, Ohio State, Tennessee, Michigan, Clemson, Bama. That's sort of the top 6 I had. A little different order at the top. Ole Miss is 7, Kentucky 19, State is 24. We'll hear from Nick Saban coming up in an hour, and at some point in the next few minutes, we will get an AP basketball poll for the first time.
I haven't seen the poll yet. Mike Rodak, AL.com, tweets that Alabama, though, is number 20 in it. We'll see where Auburn ends up. Joel Klatt is with us, and he joins us each week, courtesy of MyBookie.ag. Code next round to double your deposit bonus up to $1,000. MyBookie.ag. What is up, Klatt? How are you? You're muted, or we don't have him on. One of the two.
Could be on our end.
Could be on our end. You look good, though. Klatt looks good. Yeah. That's a good looking shot.
That plant is growing well in the back.
The plant is can you guys hear me now?
Yeah. How are you? How are you, Klatt?
Yeah, just got all sorts of technical issues here this morning. How are you guys? What's going on?
Not a whole lot, man. I mean, we're going to get to Bama, Tennessee with you, obviously, but I watched your game as much as I could. I mean, Michigan just they beat them senseless. That was such an impressive game by Michigan.
Yeah, I mean, it was. It's almost to the point, and you guys will know, like, they almost beat them too soundly. Where everyone's like, well, Penn State was clearly not very good. So there's going to be a little of that. Penn State came into that game with the 5th-ranked rushing defense in the country, and they just absolutely demolished them up front. That was their game plan going in. I talked to them about it on Friday, and they said they didn't feel like Penn State could hang with them in the interior. They have a real confidence about this offensive line. They tell me that, and by the way, I concur. It's not just what they tell me. What I see in the last 4 weeks, that is a better offensive line than they had a year ago. I think it's a more dynamic run game. And Corum is playing really well, Blake Corum. So I think Michigan, even without Hutchinson and Ajabo, I think that they're better than they were a year ago. Coming down the stretch run, that's exciting because I think Ohio State's better than they were a year ago. So that makes that division very interesting, obviously, coming down the closing stretch.
Yeah, it's almost like Michigan's becoming the new Wisconsin, if that makes any sense. It doesn't matter who's in that backfield; they're putting up numbers. I know Corum was really good last year, but Haskins was there. Get the other kid, Donovan Edwards, has a big game on Saturday. So it seems like that it's all about running the football. But J.J. McCarthy, how's he playing right now?
Well, I think that's a question because the numbers suggest that he's playing really well, and to a large degree he is. Here's what we haven't seen. So, like on my podcast that came out today, I talked all about a bunch of these games from this last weekend. That was the only game that a quarterback didn't have to be amazing to win. Right. And here are the games I talked about. TCU, I thought Max Duggan was incredible, right? Like he was fantastic in that game against Oklahoma State. I know not many people watched that one because of the time it was on. I was flipping back and forth in the plane. Obviously, we know what Hendon did, and Hooker and Bryce Young, by the way, even in a loss, they were unbelievable. The team in a large degree on each of their backs. Same in the nightcap, Cameron Rising. Caleb Williams, unbelievable quarterback performances. We've seen Stroud be able to do that. That's the unknown with Michigan. I think you bring up an excellent question. We don't know if they've got a quarterback that can go to that level when needed. And I don't know if we're going to know that until Ohio State, to be quite honest with you. Maybe against Illinois. I think Illinois is a better defense than we maybe think at this point. But that was what was missing last year, right? When they got into a game when it's like, okay, we're overmatched. Now we need our quarterback against Georgia to just be out of this world. Like they didn't have that. And so they think they have that with J.J. McCarthy, but your question is 100% accurate. We don't know.
Hats off on your broadcast. I was in Knoxville, but I record everything and I go back and watch. I love the high view of the blocking that you guys showed for Michigan, and you made the point that this offensive line may actually be better than last year's offensive line at Michigan. Talk a little bit more about that. Why do you feel like, because didn't they win that big stupid looking award that they give to offensive linemen?
The Joe Moore Award.
Piano.
Yeah,
piano.
They won the Joe Moore Award last year, best offensive line in the country, and then Jordan Davis was like, hold my beer. So I think they are better. If you unpack that a little bit, last year they diversified their run schematics. So in 2020, which was horrendous, 19 and 18, and really since Josh Gaddis had gotten there as the offensive coordinator, they wanted to be a spread zone RPO team. And it didn't really fit Harbaugh's history, right? I mean, we know what his history was, whether it was the 49ers or Stanford, it was extra tight ends, extra offensive linemen, and running what I call like gap, power, and man schemes. Okay, those are just very different types of schemes. And last year, they finally decided, like, listen, we're going to do both, and we're going to be really good at both. And for the most part, they were able to achieve that. And they had a very good veteran offensive line. Then they needed to replace their center. And they didn't feel like they had a great option in the program. And here comes this kid from Virginia, Olu Oluwatimi, who was a Remington finalist, another one of those awards you guys were just talking about, as the best center in the country last year from Virginia. And he's come in and made them even better. He's more physical. He's more athletic. And when you've got that as the tip of the spear at your center, then you can be really good. For example, Penn State was trying as best they could to load an extra hat into the box, right? An extra player into the run box. But the bottom line is that they were so dominant, moving the double team back to the linebackers, that even the extra hat was basically blocked. And in a large degree, it was because of that center. I think that they're more athletic, they're more powerful, and that diversification of their run game has really helped them.
Joel Klatt is with us, Fox Sports. The big noon kickoff this week is Iowa at Ohio State, 11 o'clock, Fox 6 locally for the big noon kickoff. Klatt, I wasn't going to say anything, Klatt, but your reaction,
I didn't say anything either, to be fair.
It was a 30-point beat down on that one. Klatt with us, courtesy of mybookie.ag, code next.
Because, I don't want to go call UCLA Oregon.
Yeah. By the way, you guys had a great schedule in 2021. You really did.
Oh, 100%.
Yeah.
I can't complain.
Yeah.
I can't complain.
I mean, it is 2022 now, but
that's true. But
yes, no, I think that you're right. We're going to have a nice finish to the year. We're going to have Penn State, Ohio State.
That's good.
Which who knows if that's going to be a good game.
Yeah.
I think we are going to come out of the big noon window and do USC, UCLA, and then obviously Michigan, Ohio State. So.
All right, Klatt with us, courtesy of mybookie.ag. Use code next round to double your
Bama must have lost. We haven't got to a Bama question at all.
Tough to play on the road in the SEC.
Tough to play on the road in the SEC.
Right? Oh, my gosh.
I mean, really,
those road games.
I would have moved them up, I think.
Yeah,
just for that performance.
Mybookie.ag. Use code next round to double your initial deposit bonus up to $1,000.
Bama. Jesus, and then everybody else.
You're getting it, man. Yeah. You could be on the CBS one day. Oh,
there we go.
There you go.
So Alabama, it was almost with way more points, an instant replay of what you saw in Austin. Alabama goes on the road. They forget how to play defense in the secondary, and they commit a billion penalties. With more points, it was an instant replay of what you saw in Austin.
Yeah, it was. And I think that's the most alarming part, at least for me, about Alabama, is the penalties. That I never expect that for a team that has such a sense of urgency, that has such a focus of doing your job and doing it the right way. The penalties, in particular in Austin and then now in Knoxville, are striking. There's no doubt. I will say though, I don't think the sky is falling at all for Alabama. Alabama's fine, guys. I get it. There's some things to work on. There's no doubt about that. Are they great on the road in the last couple of years? Not really, right? I think that we all can kind of agree on that. I believe the reason that they're not as dominant on the road as what they have been in the past is because it's really hard to win I'm kidding. Is because they're not as dominant up front on the offensive line. That doesn't mean that they can't and don't run the ball effectively, and they do. I just don't think that they're as dominant up there as what they have been in the past. Having said that, I mean, this is the first time, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think this is the first time that they've lost a regular season non-division game since like 2010, I want to say. I think it was like
that sounds right. South Carolina, yeah.
Yeah, all the way back then.
Yeah.
But I bring that up to just say, like, they're fine in their division, guys. Like, do we really think Ole Miss has a quarterback like Quinn Ewers in the first quarter of that game, or like Hendon Hooker last week? Because that's what it takes, right? I mean, like, Bama still beat Texas. Bama had every opportunity to win that game, and the ball bounces a couple of different ways, and they do win that game in Knoxville in an unbelievable environment, by the way. So do we really think that like Ole Miss and Jackson Dart are going to do the same thing to Alabama? I don't, personally. I think Bama is going to be just fine. I think they're going to be right back there in the SEC championship game, which means as great as that victory was for Tennessee, and as great as it was for an individual like Hendon Hooker, and it was, you know, I think the best thing that came from it is it just put them in position to now have to go 2-0 against Georgia and Athens, and then Alabama in the SEC championship game in order to win a title. That's really difficult to do, and I don't believe they can do it. So this is not, you know, Tennessee hate. That was unbelievable. They've got, at least in my estimation, one of the top two offenses in all of college football. Hendon Hooker has put himself firmly in that lead conversation for the Heisman Trophy. There's nothing more that you can do. Josh Heupel has done amazing things, but the fact remains they have the 129th ranked pass defense in college football, the 104th ranked total defense in college football, and we've seen this blueprint before. Ask Baker Mayfield and Kyler Murray and Jalen Hurts what it's like trying to drag a team with just an offense across the finish line, right? So as great as this game was for Tennessee, and it was, and as disappointed as Bama fans must be, and I'm sure they are, Bama's going to be just fine. They're going to be in Atlanta. I still think they're going to face Georgia in that game, which might be a better matchup for them, because then they don't have to look across and see a quarterback that can take advantage of where they have struggled at times this year.
I want to take you back to the offensive line for Alabama and just the change in philosophy for Nick Saban. It's 1st and 10 on the Tennessee 32-yard line, and they pass the ball 3 times instead of making Tennessee call timeouts or milking the clock anymore. I'm not saying it's wrong, but you have to admit that's a change in philosophy from Nick Saban in 2011 and 2012.
I was surprised, but I think that I was more surprised only with and maybe in the moment. I was watching, and in the moment I didn't really think of it, and then after the series I was like, man, they threw it 3 times. You know, because in the moment their best player is Bryce. Yeah, I mean, like, you know, like that felt like the Texas game to me. Play poorly, penalties, and then all of a sudden, when you need it most, he drives down the field and you kick a field goal. The only difficult part was the clock, and I think that for Saban, I think he knew he wanted and needed more yardage, which he ended up needing because they ended up missing the field goal anyways, right? So I think it was more about the yardage than it was the clock for him. If they would have been closer, maybe you see a run play, right? If it's not at the 32, let's just, like, for sake of argument, let's say the ball's at the 18. Maybe you see a run play at that point, because he feels like he's got a better probability of making the field goal, and he can take it down inside of 10 seconds and then kick it. So maybe that has something to do with it. But in all reality, this team, and we saw it the previous week, I'm talking all over the place, but that's without Bryce Young, like, A&M almost beat him, and A&M's no good at all.
In year 2, who do you think has been more surprising, Brett Bielema at Illinois or what Josh Heupel's done at Tennessee?
Man.
And can you imagine if you had Illinois' defense with Tennessee's offense?
Right. I mean, you'd have a national title contender, right? I mean, you'd have the number 1 team in the country, right? Like, I definitely would have put Tennessee up there. I just couldn't in good conscience put them up there with what we know about their defense. More surprising is, I mean, man, that's a tough one. I feel like I'm minimizing one of the two if I give you an answer. They're both surprising and they're both incredible. I'm going to lean Bielema because Illinois was awful, right? Like, just awful. And at least at Tennessee, you've seen some pockets here and there, and they, at least on the recruiting trail over the last few years, have gotten decent players. They've obviously gotten great players in the transfer portal. So I'll lean Bielema on that one, because Bielema, what they're doing, that defense is really good. I mean, really good. Chase Brown is a heck of a player. They gave him the rock 41 times. Can you imagine
That's
what
crazy.
you would feel like if you had to carry the ball 41 times in a college football game?
That's old school. That's old school. Listen, I know it's an SEC question for you here, and it's going to shock you, but I don't think Michigan loses or Ohio State loses until they play each other. More likely, 2 Big Ten teams in the college football playoffs or 2 SEC teams in the college football playoffs?
2 SEC teams, because I think those 2 would likely be playing in their conference championship game, rather than in the Big Ten's case, meeting in the regular season and then one of them not having that, quote, 13th data point. I think it's easier when you see a game like you see last year in the SEC championship game, and you see Bama win over like an undefeated Georgia, and they go.
But 17 Alabama got in after losing the Iron Bowl without having to play in that SEC title game.
That's true. And Ohio State has gone as a non-division winner as well, when Penn State ended up winning the Big Ten, if you remember that year.
Yep.
And Ohio State went and got thumped, by the way, in that game in the playoff, if my memory serves correct. So I think it's a great question. I think a lot of that depends on how Tennessee finishes the year, right? So if Tennessee's only loss is to Georgia, and then Bama beats Georgia, Bama and Georgia are going, period, right? Like, for sure. Then the question becomes, is it Ohio State that wins the Big Ten? And then what's the argument with Michigan and everybody else? It's likely Clemson in my mind, right? So at that point, I just think it's more likely that the SEC would get 2 in.
He is Joel Klatt. SEC gets 2 in. The final thing we're going to hear from Klatt today.
Hey, Arkansas did have it rough on the road this week.
Yeah,
they
at
had
BYU.
to travel.
Oh, yeah, but they got to go outside the SEC, so it was a layup.
Yeah.
Guys.
We can let this go.
We can't let it go. It's the gift that keeps on giving.
It
right?
is.
I mean, it's like the whole year.
Hey,
it's amazing.
You know who's going to fill a tough road trip is Iowa. They're at Ohio State Saturday. Big new kid.
Kansas State TCU seems like a fun game for you.
Yeah, that's a Fox game.
I know that.
Let's
Guys, trust me, I'm well aware. It's like the 3rd week this year that we have like the 3rd best game in the Fox family of networks.
What is which game is Brock getting? Is Brock getting UCLA Oregon?
I think Brock's going to Oregon.
All right, so is that
he probably should send me a gift basket because I'm locked into this noon slot.
Is that
That's all right. I mean, listen,
Huh?
it gets here's what's crazy. So last week, we did Michigan, Indiana, the same week that game days at TCU, Kansas. You know, everyone's looking at TCU, Kansas. That game does 1.2 million. Our game with Michigan, Indiana does over 4 million viewers.
Right.
At the end of the day, it's a business, you know, and it's just like my kids just drove out to private school, for God's sakes. I got to pay for that somehow.
Is Brando? I mean, is that a Brando game? Kansas State at TCU?
It might be.
Oh, wow. Jeez. All right, so big noon kick. Iowa at Ohio State, 11 o'clock. Fox 6 here locally is where you see Klatt. He is presented each week by MyBookie. Joel, it is always fun, man. We appreciate the time.
Guys, pleasure's always on this side of the table.
Absolutely. Absolutely, brother.
By the way, eyebrow reaction to is that a Brando game? Not lost on me, Klatt. The eyebrows set it off.
What are you talking about?
He was not on camera. Those are my eyebrows.
Yeah.
Camera. Yeah, it was a camera freeze.
Yes, that was it. Thank you, Klatt. Have a good week, buddy. We'll see you. Joel Klatt with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. He appears courtesy of MyBookie.ag. Your favorite athletes always strive to put themselves in winning positions. You could do the same with MyBookie.ag. Sign up now. MyBookie.ag, code NEXTROUND. Claim your deposit match of any amount up to $1,000. They'll match it up to $1,000. MyBookie.ag, code NEXTROUND. That is code NEXTROUND. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere. MyBookie.ag, code NEXTROUND to claim that double deposit bonus.
You know, Kerry's right. It's not like Fox has signed $1 billion deal with the Big Ten, and even though it doesn't really start until next year, it almost feels like they're making some selections right now to build up the brand that they are paying $1 billion for next year.
Yeah, but their problem is, and they've had massive rating success with that big noon kickoff, you just can't do a West Coast game. I mean, they can't kick Oregon and UCLA at 9 Pacific.
No,
they just can't do it.
You know, you did it in 2020 with no crowds, and it wasn't that big of a deal.
Yeah, but I mean, that's too big of a game for them to screw around and kick at 9 a.m.
That's right.
But that's the game that should be the big noon kickoff. It's the biggest game they've got this weekend.
The way you fix it, though, is you change it to big game kickoff. And it's okay to be 11 o'clock when you can, but 2:30 ain't bad for Gus and Klatt and the All-American girl.
Yeah.
Or prime time if you have to.
That's right.
Bounce them around a little bit.
Yeah, I don't know why you don't bounce them around. And you heard him say USC, UCLA.
They're coming out of the big noon occasionally, yeah. Because that's going to be at 2:30, I would imagine.
I would think.
Yeah.
So it's just, tough. I mean, to his point, though, or to my point, those Fox games at 2, they won't move UCLA and Oregon, I assume. But on all the TV sites I looked at this week, they were still up in the air about, where they're going to put the National League Championship Series.
That's right,
But
yeah.
now with the Dodgers and the Braves both out, I would imagine they stick that on FS1 whenever possible.
Oh, yeah. I would
you know what I
agree.
mean?
Yeah.
There was some question about whether the game would be the NLCS would be on Fox or FS1.
Yeah.
It seems that with the Dodgers and Braves both being eliminated, it's a pretty easy call to put that on FS1 or FS2.
I know. You said
if they have an FS3, go ahead and do that too.
Philadelphia's a pretty big market too, though.
Yeah, they are going crazy right now. Storm Restoration Roofing, Greg from Pell City will help you fix your roof. One of the most respected roofing contractors in the South. I've talked with Greg for many, many years about what he loves to do for you, a family of 2, a 4, a 6, 10, whatever. He loves to take care of your family by giving you a free, no-cost roof inspection. Absolutely free. Greg Nelson, Greg from Pell City Storm Restoration Roofing will come out to your house, inspect your roof, let you know what condition it's in. No obligation at all. But if you need a roofing contractor, he's the guy to call. 205-542-3531. 542-3531. We can tell you on the show that he's got great pricing for anything you need. 205-542-3531. Really trustworthy. If you got storm damage, he'll pressure wash a metal roof and that free no-cost inspection. 205-542-3531, or just check him out on Facebook, Greg from Pell City. Trash coming up in the other second. In the next segment, AP basketball poll. You said Alabama was 20th. Any word yet on
Auburn is number 15 in the First Associated Press basketball poll. North Carolina is your number 1 team. I think it's 10th all time for them to be number 1 preseason, which is a record. So you've got 15 and 20 right here in our state.
That's right. I know I'm asking you this on the fly. Do you have others receiving votes?
I do not in front of me, no, Jim.
Okay.
I've got the whole top 25. You want the SEC teams?
Well, I just clicked on a video.
Kentucky, number 5. I'll give them to you anyway. Arkansas, number 10. Tennessee, number 11. Auburn, number 15. Alabama, number 20. It's your SEC teams ranked. North Carolina, number 1. Gonzaga, number 2.
So Alabama is 20th?
Alabama is 20th.
That's not what I have. I have Murray State 20th.
You might be looking at the wrong poll.
I may be.
Yeah, Alabama is 20th. Auburn is 15th.
May have been the way the poll ended last year or something.
Yeah.
All right. Interesting. So I was just checking for UAB if they were receiving any votes or not. Andy Kennedy's got a good team down there. We'll check that when we come back. Trash on the other side, part of the show being brought to you by Cowan Equipment. Let's make the question I asked to Klatt, our Cowan Equipment poll question today, Taylor, if we can. More likely, 2 Big Ten teams in the college football playoffs, 2 SEC teams, or both? Could be a little Ohio State, Michigan, and 2 SEC teams.
What if there were 3 SEC teams?
What if there were 3 SEC teams? That's brought to you by our friends at Cowan Equipment.
There is a scenario for that, by the way. If you're having a hard time finding that new plastic on the seat piece of heavy equipment, check out Cowan Equipment's rental fleet hit list for a wide range of well-maintained equipment from their rental fleet. For sale now, visit cowan.com/featured used equipment or call 800-239-COWAN for more information.
Everything Next Round is on demand now in the podcast section at nextroundlive.com.
At Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, you can now drive the 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulia TI, the Italian sports sedan of your dreams, starting at $499 per month plus tax with $4,999 down, plus first payment and title due at delivery. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, 1837 Grants Mill Road, or Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com. Like financial lease, 10,000 miles per year, WAC, MSRP, $51,490. Stock numbers Q0059, Q0068, or Q0074.
Banking is not just about your money, it's about you. It's about getting help with what you need when you need it. Brian Brown here from The Next Round. AmFirst was founded for members like you, and they've been putting those members first since 1936. Putting you first means service that grows and changes with the times to serve you better. Now every bank has their own app, but that's just it. It's theirs, not yours. The AmFirst app was made for you, so it's easy to pay bills, deposit checks, or transfer money to friends and family from anywhere. It's even customizable, which means you can personalize your dashboard, create usage alerts, and redeem points for rewards that will make you feel like the #1 priority you are. And you can do it all on your own time. So what are you waiting for? Get the app made for you from AmFirst. Visit any AmFirst location or amfirst.org today. America's first federal credit union is federally insured by the NCUA.
ERA King Real Estate is on the move. They've just opened a new state-of-the-art office in Homewood, as well as new offices in Vestavia and Huntsville. The real estate market has never been crazier than it is right now. That's why, with 52 years of experience, ERA King Real Estate is growing to serve you. To find out more, text the word MOVE to 35620. That's MOVE. MOVE to 35620. ERA King Real Estate, growing to serve you.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
If renting is putting a dent in your bank account, here's your sign from the universe that it's time to buy a new home. And who better to help you through the ins and outs of home buying than our friends at Mortgage Right. With Mortgage Right, you don't have to worry about becoming a short-notice mortgage expert because they do all the heavy lifting for you. They're trusted mortgage professionals, and they'll help you choose the right mortgage option and stand by your side every step of the way. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR to buy before renting runs you dry. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Whether you're a weekend athlete or sports is your life, Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics wants to help you stay in the game. If you have an injury or pain that says something's not right, let Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics help you make your greatest comeback. From concussions to sprained ankles, our experienced team is ready with treatment options. Find a doctor at precisionsportsortho.com/providers.
Hey, there's nothing worse than waking up to a plumbing problem. Don't get caught in a flooded house. Call the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemp Hill are the only ones I trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. Hemp Hill Services does it right and always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090.
All the coaches I talk to believe you win championships in all 3 phases of the game. And the same is true with my friends at Wayne's with pest protection, termite protection, and lawn care. The website is callwaynes.com. Remember the promo code TNR for big savings. With the cold weather coming, the pests will be trying to break through your defense and come inside. You can save $60 right now off of Smart Pest by using that promo code TNR. So go online to callwaynes.com or call the phone number 866-WAYNES1 and remember the promo code TNR.
Part of our show being brought to you by our friends at Redmond Vodka. Before we get to trash, what do you have for us from Redmond?
It travels too.
It does too. It made the trip.
Yeah, Red Mountain Vodka always makes the trip. Look, it's available in 20 states now, locally owned and operated. Their aim, clarity, and taste, color, and smell. It is vodka perfection. Red Mountain Vodka is made from corn, which not only makes it gluten-free, but also provides that smooth finish, no harsh aftertaste. Pick it up today at your local package or ABC store.
Okay, Nick Saban's news conference coming up at the top of the hour. Alabama, prime time on ESPN with Mississippi State in town. Brown pointed out earlier, you get the main crew.
That's right, Herb Street and gang. Herb Street, Fowler, Holly Road, Todd McShay on that one.
Yeah, so the CBS game is Ole Miss and LSU. LSU with a big win over the weekend on the road at Florida.
Mm-hmm.
You have something you look like
I've got the next week's schedule too. I didn't know.
Oh, they just released the next week's schedule. This will be brought to you by our friends at Champy's Chicken. What do you have?
All right, Champy's Chicken will be good food for that noon kick, 11 o'clock kick, I should say, Central Time. Auburn and Arkansas going to kick at 11
on the ESPN.
Yes, SEC Network.
Okay, very good.
SEC Network. Georgia, Florida, of course, cocktail party at 2:30. South Carolina, Missouri at 3, SEC Network. 6 o'clock prime game, Kentucky, Tennessee, and then Texas A&M, Ole Miss, your 6:30 SEC Network game.
All of a sudden, Tennessee getting slid into that prime time.
That's right.
They're champyschicken.com. Highway 119 in Alabaster. You can't beat Sterling and his crew. They're open for lunch. They bring you this hour of the show every day, and they'll bring you the tailgate win every college football weekend. You can pack up those wonderful hand-cut chicken fingers, the Mississippi Delta tamales, the great chicken, fried chicken, all the sides and everything for your tailgates, for your parties, whatever you're doing, champyschicken.com. But don't forget, just open for lunch and dinner every day, too. Can't beat Sterling and the crew right there. Highway 119 in Alabaster. It's champyschicken.com. You ready to roll, Rockstar? Hit the big button, man.
It's been just like you would expect. The fire hose is fully inserted in my mouth here, and we've been blowing and going.
LT's Trash is presented by Mortgage Right. Mortgages done the right way.
Hey, our friends at Mortgage Right have a game-changing new offer that will shift the way you view home shopping. Put your best foot forward with their upfront underwriting program. Mortgage Right's team of underwriters will look over your application to determine how much home you can buy. They will issue a pre-approval letter, which will set you apart from other buyers and prove to sellers that you mean business. Mortgage Right's upfront underwriting program will help you home shop with confidence, no hassle, no hang-ups, only happy home buyers. Get pre-approved with Mortgage Right before you start home shopping. Fast-track your home buying journey today at mortgageright.com/TNR. Rockstar, I'm going to assume that you've got a visual on this first story.
Of the peepers?
Yep.
I do.
Okay, so we've got, they're saying the use of certain drugs can cause constricted pupils, which might explain what's going on with Delilah McMullen's eyes here.
Okay. Oh, Delilah.
Delilah. Delilah.
There's no way that is real.
No,
that is not real.
That's
that
a
is
costume.
not real.
Costume, Rockstar.
That is not real.
Why would they let her wear that during a mugshot?
That's a great question.
You come around the corner to her, it's going to scare the hell out of you.
They're doing the mugshots. All right, hold up the sign. All right, now put in them fake eyes. We'll do a funny one for the sheriff.
Now the 45-year-old Floridian was collared last month after a car she was driving was pulled over.
They've just colored out
Orlando.
the color in their eyes.
A search of McMullen's purse located multiple baggies containing an off-white tan rock-like substance. Police identified it as the stimulant MDMA. Another bag of Molly was discovered inside of her bra as well, and she also had a bag of marijuana. I don't think any of that's going to make your eyes do that.
She looked like she was shocked to be arrested.
I think those are contacts.
Well, they probably are.
Contacts.
So she was popping Molly, smoking weed will make your eyes. That's a good one to show the kids anyway.
Oh,
that's right. Should scare you straight.
Scared straight, kids.
Yep.
You want to look like this?
Dunaway, I think we found your dream home.
My dream home?
Yep. It's in Russellville.
Alabama?
Yep.
How about that?
It's a house on the market for
Tennessee
sale in Russellville.
River.
Realtor.com. Look at that, Dunaway.
Look at that, Jimmy D.
Oh, that's not it. There's more.
Who do they pull for?
Danny Moore has made a fortune off this house.
Well, it says this 3-bedroom, 2-bath house in Russellville currently listed $415,000. Now, the amount does not include the Daniel Moore prints, the Big Owl lawn pieces, the Script A, houndstooth throws. So they call it a fan cave. It was built in 2006. You got more pictures, Rocky?
Yeah, I'm gonna go. There's 2-bedroom pics. I don't
know.
We take the tide into the bedroom.
Roll down. Oh, look at that.
I don't know. I'm guessing that's the guest bedroom.
Yeah, that's guest. Not big enough for the master.
Very, very full.
You know,
a lot in there.
Even got a crimson curtain.
I hate to disappoint Maggie on any night, but it'd be impossible for me to perform on that stage there in front of all that greatness.
Yeah.
When there's no room to put anything on your end table, there's nothing.
Nothing.
Yeah. There's nothing. Is there one more?
Oh, that's the
Oh, it's
master.
a little classy
All
there.
right, I
That's
like
classy.
the fact that we got a workout bike.
Yeah.
And do we need to hide the boxes for the realtor shot? No, just leave them there.
We got a Chewy delivery right when you came in.
Just leave them there.
But you know that bike, it's like the one they have on the sidelines. Just like if I'm I'm in the bed there, I pull a hammy or something.
And
I
is
got to
this a
stay
tan-
loose.
and is this
I
a
got
tanning bed?
to stay loose.
What?
Is this a tanning bed?
I
Right
do
here?
think that is a
It
tanning
is a
bed,
tanning
right,
bed.
Star?
Either that
Or a grill.
or a futuristic coffin.
Hey, and how about right next to the right on the footboard, Rockstar? They got a Danny Moore painting they haven't even opened yet. Look at it packaged up, yeah.
Or it could be an Alabama dartboard.
Maybe.
I'm not familiar with some religions. Is with the A kneeling pad there? Is that like a prayer center there?
Yeah,
You pray at the end?
you're facing Tuscaloosa to
Okay.
pray.
Yes.
Again, more Alabama curtains.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. They did not skimp on those.
Well, I think everybody here was a fan of Naked Gun, right?
Mm-hmm. I loved it.
One of Hollywood's classic slapstick comedy franchises is looking to make its way back to the big screen. Sources tell Deadline that Paramount Pictures is moving forward with a new Naked Gun reboot with Liam Neeson in negotiations to star.
Now, it should be pointed out the Queen has died since then, so she can't make this cameo.
That's before they actually cut her cake.
That's right.
All Frank Drebin.
What was the Beaver quote?
Nice beaver.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Had it stuffed
Just had
yesterday.
it stuffed.
Plot details are being kept under wraps, except that Neeson might be playing the son of Detective Frank Drebin instead of stepping into the iconic role from Leslie Nielsen. The original film starred Nielsen as Drebin. First film was based on the 82 ABC series Police Squad, which was canceled after 6 episodes.
So Leslie's still with us, right?
Nope.
According
No, he died.
He
No,
died?
he died
Okay,
a long
because
time
when
ago.
I first saw the story,
Massive
and
heart
it's
attack.
Liam Neeson, I'm like, somebody has read this. They meant to say Leslie Nielsen.
Nope, it's Liam Neeson.
It just makes no sense for Liam Neeson.
I think that's the joke.
Well, the guy's done Schindler's List, and he's
Well,
going to do
I bet
Naked
they're
Gun.
saying he's Frank Drebin's son, but he's like 70, so it's just interesting how they.
He was also Briar Gates and Next to Kin.
He was also Moses, wasn't he?
Oh, I don't know about that.
Okay, Sylvester Stallone, wife Jennifer Flavin. I heard they were getting a divorce last I saw, but now apparently they're back together and they're becoming reality television's most popular showbiz family, it says here.
Oh, no. Are they really?
Hey,
Tulsa whatever's from the makers of Sopranos. I can't wait to see that.
Can I say, though, that Sly's the shortest dude in the family?
Oh, yeah.
Everybody's taller than him, it looks like.
On Thursday, Sly, 76, Jennifer, 54, showed off their glamorous daughters, Sistine, 24, and Sophia Rose, 26, as they attended the Ralph Lauren show at the Huntington Library in San Marino, California.
We missed it again.
You think that was a stuffy event?
Yeah, but the daughter in the gold.
Yeah.
Now, see, if we always joke about feet and the ones I hate. Okay, that's a blue chip foot over there.
It's really good.
Yeah.
I think the one in the dark hair's got better feet.
No, that's what I'm saying. The gold, the dark
gold.
hair.
Yeah.
Okay. The black.
Yeah.
Now, I am far from a fashion maven. Rockstar's going to zoom in on the feet. Not away.
This is like,
so break these down. What do you like about these feet?
Well, I like the heel first.
Okay,
I
so
like
he's got a
I like
good
that
heel.
look.
Skinny heel.
But as we zoom in, upon further review, I'm not really happy with the length of the toes.
Oh, you think toes are too long?
Sly's wearing some reptiles, isn't he?
They look like sleeping camels.
Hey, yeah,
I'll still give it I'll go Portnoy on you. I'll come out and I'll go. I'm going to go 7.8.
I was going to go 7.2.
So
the toes are a little long. That other one.
Yeah, no.
That's a veiny foot too.
Yeah, no.
Hey, so I'm not a fashion maven. I know we are. We're just tearing them up. I'm not a fashion maven, Rockstar, but if you zoom back out, I don't know the idea of wearing all white with brown suede over it.
Oh, that's a good look, I thought.
Oh, I don't think so. I think we're mixing seasons there.
Yeah, I think Sly can pull it off.
Yeah, you're not supposed to wear white after Labor Day, and you never wear suede before Labor Day.
I think the theory on white has gone out.
Yeah,
post Labor Day.
In fact,
Never
white
after
is
Labor
now
Day.
very popular after Labor Day.
No, not in classy.
So I know
circles.
you guys are excited about this. In August, a rep from Sylvester Stallone said the Stallones are presently filming a reality show which will debut on Paramount Plus.
Yeah.
Now,
Hey,
she filed for divorce on August 19th, but they're back together.
Yeah,
Money will do that.
Yep. Can't tell you how little I care about that show.
Yeah, I won't watch it. Finally, I got shower thoughts for you guys.
All right.
Think about this. Deep shower thoughts. You could throw a rock into a lake and be the last person to ever touch that rock until the end of time.
That is so true, Rockstar.
You can make a difference in this
So
world.
this is it for me, guys. I'm the last one ever touched
How about
it.
this? Dog heaven and squirrel hell, same place. There are very good odds that you've never been naked for 24 straight hours in your life.
Yeah, even at childbirth, they cover you up at some point.
I mean, it's immediate.
Yeah, they get that diaper on you quick.
Yeah.
I don't think I have been.
I don't think I have.
I mean, if anybody in this room has been, it's done away.
Yeah, and even on Naked Mondays, I have to go to work on Tuesday, so I don't think I make it 24 hours.
How about this? I've never even thought about this, but the belt is by far the most disgusting item of clothing. People always touch it right after they use the bathroom, and nobody ever washes their belts.
That is a great point.
I mean,
I've never
and
thought
a
of
lot
it.
of people wear the same. Me, I wear the same belt.
Do you really?
I don't have a vast array of belts.
Yeah, I've got like 3 or 4.
Yeah,
I've got
I got
4.
the
Yeah.
universal black.
Yeah, I've got a few, but only, a certain many are.
Only wear a belt if I
rotation.
tuck my shirt in,
And
too.
I got like 15 buckles because you got to have good
Oh,
buckles.
heck yeah.
Yeah. By the way, Carrie says Naked and Afraid, that cast, they do spend
of
24
course.
hours.
And our final shower thought: horses are the most farted on animals.
So true.
So random.
It's random. It really is true.
Sorry, I have beans back at the camp.
All right. That is Trash Today, brought to you by our friends at Mortgage Right.
Yeah, big government isn't always bad news, and our friends at Mortgage Right have some valuable government-backed loan options to help you buy your first home. Government-backed loans are trending upwards among first-time home buyers, and for good reason. You can save on down payment costs, get better interest rates, and reap the benefits of choosing one of the top-ranked lenders in the nation. Mortgage Right has closed thousands of FHA, USDA, and VA loans, and they're eager to help you next. Buy your first home the right way by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR.
Hey, don't be one of the most farted on animals. Get that digestive tract in order with our friends at Way to Wellness. Lose some weight, control your blood pressure, control your cholesterol, and a lot more. Leslie and her team ready to help you out right now. Way to Wellness. Here's the website, aplanforme.com. Aplanforme.com. Go there and you see what they have to offer. No cookie cutter plans. And here's the best part. No contracts, no sign-up fees, and your consultation with the board-certified team is absolutely free. They helped me lose 45 pounds a few years ago. They can help you lose weight, too, and get everything else in order. Board-certified, they are fantastic. Go to aplanforme.com. It's Way to Wellness, your journey to healthy living.
Follow Rockstar on Twitter @RockstarBHM.
When it's time to move, there's one name to remember: Crocker Moving Services, for all your moving needs, both residential and commercial, and they'll even pack for you. See all they offer at crockermovingservices.com. Owner Eric Crocker is a Marine, a Birmingham native, and a veteran of the Iraq War. Crocker Moving Services will use made in the USA equipment, made in the USA supplies, and veteran operated whenever possible. And they'll move you anywhere in the continental United States. Check them out online right now, crockermovingservices.com.
Culver's could have only started in Wisconsin. Just ask our team member Marcus.
Let's just say you can't take America's Dairyland out of Culver's. Like the real Wisconsin cheese on our juicy butter burgers, the farm fresh dairy in our fresh frozen custard, even our crispy golden Wisconsin cheese curds. It may sound cheesy, but we love where we come from at Culver's.
Almost as much as we love sharing it with our guests. Welcome to Delicious.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
The only place to get the best gear for game day is the Pants Store. 5 great locations in Crestline, Leeds, Trustful, Tuscaloosa, and Huntsville. You can also order at pantsstore.com and follow the Pants Store on social media. Game day hats, all your Yeti accessories, sunglasses, and game day polos from Antigua, Taylor and Mick, Johnny O, and Gentile. And guys, trust me, this is where your daughters and wife want to shop because of all the in-style fashions made especially for them. It's the Pants Store, Crestline, Leeds, Trustful, Tuscaloosa, Huntsville, and coming soon to Hoover and Auburn. All the coaches I talk to believe you win championships in all 3 phases of the game. And the same is true with my friends at Wayne's with pest protection, termite protection, and lawn care. The website is callwaynes.com. Remember the promo code TNR for big savings. With the cold weather coming, the pests will be trying to break through your defense and come inside. You can save $60 right now off of Smart Pest by using that promo code TNR. So go online to callwaynes.com or call the phone number 866-WAYNES1 and remember the promo code TNR.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items, and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com. If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
A lot of conversation in the commercial break about Tennessee's win over Alabama. We'll get back to that with the Nick Saban News Conference at the top of the hour. As we always tell you, this hour of the show brought to you by Champy's, world-famous fried chicken, Highway 119 in Alabaster, open right now for lunch. A great place to go enjoy lunch or dinner and converse about what you saw this past weekend in college football. See everything they offer and get ready for this weekend's tailgate at champyschicken.com.
We've been telling you the last few weeks about bladder cancer. Dr. Eric Brewer from the Urology Centers of Alabama now joins us. How common is bladder cancer?
Bladder cancer is actually fairly common, a lot more common than people would think. It is more common as we get older. It's a little more common in women and men rather than women. But it's actually the fifth most common cancer that we see, at least in men, not quite as often in women, but it's fairly common.
So what signs should I be looking for as a man, or really anyone, that should alarm me?
So the first sign is usually blood in the urine.
Okay.
And it always really kind of amazes me that we find somebody, we diagnose them with this, and you ask them, hey, have you been passing blood? And they'll go, yeah, and you say, well, how long? And they say, well, about 6 months. And you think to yourself, like, at what point did you think, hey, maybe I ought to get that looked at?
I'm running to the doctor. That's
right.
Like, something's wrong.
The first one. Yeah. That's alarm bells.
Yeah,
the first
so
one.
That's what I usually tell folks. You see blood in the urine, that's not normal. Go get checked out. It doesn't automatically mean cancer, but we need to make sure. Other kind of signs and symptoms might just be urinating more frequently. I mean, it's just more vague symptoms. And again, I don't want people to think, oh, I pee frequently. That must mean that I have blood cancer. That's not always it either. But getting checked out by your doctor, any kind of change in your urinary habits that are different from your normal, you need to get checked out.
Okay, so I'm getting checked out. What does that entail? I'm going to come in to your office, and what happens? What do we do?
First of all, if you go to your primary care physician, they're going to check a urinalysis. So they're going to look at your urine. Even if they see microscopic blood, they're going to send you to a urologist. Okay. Once you get to us, we're generally going to do two things: some sort of imaging, which usually entails a CT scan of your abdomen, looking at your kidneys all the way down. We're looking for, any kind of tumors, blockages, kidney stones. And then the second thing we're going to do is look in your bladder with a scope. That's a very easy procedure we can do in the office. It takes about 10 seconds, so everybody's always usually terrified of that procedure, but it's not that big of a deal. And within 10 seconds, we can look in your bladder and tell if we see any bladder tumors.
Okay, why is people terrified of that? Because of the entrance point?
Yeah,
yeah, okay.
because they look at you and they go, "You're going to put that where?"
Yeah,
you know. And so, but again, it's very well tolerated. We don't have to put you to sleep or anything. And it's a very simple procedure. Now, if we see something, then we have to. Okay, now here's what we see. Here's the next step, which would be a procedure in the hospital where we actually put you to sleep. Go in and remove that small tumor or that small polyp or whatever it is in order to get a diagnosis.
Dr. Eric Brewer from Urology Centers of Alabama. If you want to make an appointment, 205-930-0920. Are there easy steps to reduce risk of bladder cancer?
You know, the biggest risk for bladder cancer is smoking. So people know about the risk of smoking with lung cancer and other health problems, but that's also the number one risk for bladder cancer.
Wow.
So the best thing that you could do is quit smoking.
I don't see a lot of smokers anymore.
Yeah,
we remember a day when it was, you want smoking or non-smoking in restaurants, and it was a normal thing.
No, it's not as much anymore, but especially in the rural communities in this state and other states as well, it's still fairly common.
Yeah, that's a weird connection, though, because the lung obviously makes sense.
Yeah, so those metabolites and some of those toxic chemicals are filtered out of the body through the kidneys.
There you go.
Into the urinary tract. They can sit in the
So it's the
bladder.
kidney doing its job. It's just holding all those things, right? Yeah,
that's right.
Wow.
Yeah. Okay. So there got to be other things that can help us prevent bladder cancer, because instantly half the audience like, I don't smoke, I'm not going to worry about it. What else can help?
Yeah, the other
diet,
thing,
anything like that?
Yeah, I mean, just eating a well-balanced diet is good for really your whole body, but that's also true of bladder health, prostate health. I know has been talked about before, but a well-balanced diet, fruits and vegetables have antioxidants in it that will help your body fight off these toxic chemicals and fight off the potential to get any type of cancer.
Okay, my dad's he always told me, because Dad's really country and never drank a soda in his life. He's going to tell, he since a kid, I'm a soda guy. He's like, that soda's going to kill you. That soda's going to kill you. Is it bad for your bladder?
The soda?
Yeah.
No, not necessarily.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good.
Well, that's a win. We
Can I get my dad on the phone?
You get a not necessarily.
Not necessarily. I wasn't a no, but
no. Quickly I took that as a yes.
Yeah, but it felt like a win. Yeah.
See, Dad, I told you since 1973 I'm okay.
For any issues you might be having, Urology Centers of Alabama, 205-930-0920. It's where I got my vasectomy. Just throwing it out there.
Yes, they've got
they do a lot of stuff.
Do y'all have a plaque on the wall?
It's a Hall of Fame.
How many vasectomies do you think you guys do in a year, though?
Oh gosh,
thousands?
Yeah, I wouldn't even know. It's a lot. I mean, it's obviously one of the more common things that we do. So
this is an awkward question. Did you do mine?
I don't think so.
Okay.
Can you look at this?
Honestly,
will you look at this photo?
No offense. I see guys, or I'll play golf with guys and be like, "Hey, nice to meet you," and they'll be like, "Yeah, we've met before." I'm like, "Well, it wasn't a personal experience for me." So I don't necessarily remember.
Because now I'm thinking back. It's been a while, but I think you may have done mine.
Wow, how about that?
May have. I don't know.
Yeah.
Okay.
Not very memorable.
Yeah.
By the way.
Jim normally saves his awkward comments for females. So Dr. Brewer, you should be honored.
I've got to go check the paperwork when I get home. Yeah.
I appreciate you coming by. You guys do outstanding work, always have. 205-930-0920, Urology Centers of Alabama.
Great. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, thank you.
Any more thoughts on Alabama, Tennessee? We were talking.
Yeah, he's a big Alabama fan, so
he's got his crimson on
big
today.
Alabama fan. Yeah, I think that we've got some holes to shore up on the defense, and we should be okay. Bryce did everything he could.
Boy, he's incredible.
He is.
I think he's got the best vision of any quarterback I've ever seen.
Yeah, and he doesn't tend to freak out.
He doesn't.
Even when somebody's coming at him, he just kind of sidesteps them, and he's still looking for open people. So.
Yeah, I mean, that play down on the goal line where he's about to pull it down and run to the other sideline, out of the corner of his eye, he sees Latu and just stops in a dart.
It is amazing.
It's just crazy the vision the guy's got.
By the way, they couldn't cover Latu on Saturday.
They could not. He was a weapon.
And they didn't throw it to him enough, in my opinion.
I agree.
Yeah. All right. Thank you, Doc, for being with us. When we come back, top of the hour, the Nick Saban News Conference and a lot more. The show is being brought to you in part by our friends at Greystone Chiropractic as well.
Listen, Dr. Lee Goldenberg is the guy there at Greystone Chiropractic, and he also wants to remind you of Element Wellness. You can see more at elementwellness.me. That is elementwellness.me. IV vitamin therapy, cryotherapy, infrared sauna, red light therapy, holistic nutrition consulting, where they've got a health coach evaluating how all your systems are working together, getting to the root of the issues, and telling you ways to improve your whole body health. You can see all of that at Element Wellness, part of Greystone Chiropractic, Highway 119, Tattersall Park, just off 280. To see more, go to elementwellness.me. That's elementwellness.me.
Follow Scott Forrester on Twitter at Scott Forrester TV.
You know that sound anywhere. It's the crisp crunch of that first nacho chip. With its perfect cheese to sour cream ratio sitting atop a layer of delicious beans, it's a sip away from perfection. That's what we're looking for. Add a delicious, refreshing Pepsi and we've achieved absolute nacho nirvana. Because while you can pile those nachos high with every spicy, cheesy, savory topping, there's no topping a cool Pepsi finish. Nachos, better with Pepsi. That's what I like.
The Alabama Head Injury Foundation strives to improve the quality of life for survivors of traumatic brain injury and for their families. Whether the injury is mild or severe, the life of the injured person and their family is changed forever. The impact can be both emotionally and financially devastating. AHIF provides the information to help clients and families understand the results of injury. AHIF helps access available resources and provides services and programs which meet the unique needs of individuals with traumatic brain injury as well as spinal cord injury in certain programs. Find out how you can help at ahif.org.
Hey, for all of your IT and printing needs, reach out to our friends at Xerox Business Solutions. Look, I'm still one of those old school guys. I print my notes every single day for the show. If you watch the show here on The Next Round, you see all the notes in front of me. From day one, Xerox Business Solutions, they've been with us here at The Next Round. Local for over 45 years. For all of your IT and printing needs, visit XeroxBusinessSolutions.com or call 205-969-3000. That's 205-969-3000. Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations, but we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items, and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com. Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
Want more of The Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies, get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Now is the time to make your kids happy with a playground from Backyard Adventures. Order now and you're still guaranteed a Christmas delivery. Just go to backyardalabama.com. That's backyardalabama.com. On the website, you can see some brand new forts that are available. Plus, the always popular display sale is underway now. Just call 205-408-4FUN. That's 205-408-4386 or go to backyardalabama.com. As always with Backyard Adventures, you get quality 100% cedar with lifetime warranties, and they take care of their customers from start to finish. That means they completely set up the playground. You don't have to do anything. They'll do the landscaping to make it fit into your backyard. They'll do a maintenance program every year for you to keep it looking brand new. And when it's time for the playset to go, they'll come and take it down for you too. Learn about the display sale and see everything you need online at backyardalabama.com or call them up 205-408-4FUN for Backyard Adventures.
Things fall apart. There's even a book about it, but that doesn't mean you have to break the bank to fix them. Ryan Brown here for The Next Round. Our friends at Mortgage Right have a new renovation option that will make repairs and other home improvements easy. If you've recently purchased a home and find yourself short on cash, or you're looking to buy a fixer-upper, Mortgage Right's renovation loan program can help you spruce up your space. Repairs can be made to your roof, plumbing, flooring, and more with the help of top-notch mortgage professionals. So get your fix by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR. And MLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
AP basketball poll is out. We'll hear from Nick Saban in a second as well. The show being brought to you, including the on-campus drive-thru with Nick Saban, by our friends at Hamburger Heaven.
Pete Flack and the great staff, Hamburger Heaven, since 1982. Hamburger Heaven's been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients fresh, prepared daily. That includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-patted each and every day. For breakfast or lunch, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood. It's Hamburger Heaven.
North Carolina, Gonzaga, Houston, Kentucky, Baylor. Then Kansas, Duke, UCLA, Creighton, and Arkansas, your top 10 in basketball. Tennessee is 11. 12 is Texas. Indiana is 13. TCU 14. Auburn in at 15. Villanova is 16. Arizona, Virginia, USC, Alabama is 20. I'm looking at just logos. Oregon, Michigan, Illinois, Dayton, and Texas Tech rounding out your top 25. I've yet to see another receiving votes. I got to think Andy Kennedy's team is in others receiving votes, too. We'll try to chase that down. Should be a great year of basketball here in the area. SEC Media Days for basketball tomorrow, Tuesday, and Wednesday here in town. Again, the biggest topic of the day has been Tennessee upsetting Alabama. Hendon Hooker, after the game, basically said it was just another day at the office. It was a crazy scene. David Ubben, who writes for The Athletic, with a fantastic audible in his journalistic career yet on Saturday night, instead of going to any news conference and doing any interviews, he just decided, I'm going to follow the goalpost around Knoxville.
I wish we would have had that idea.
Yep.
And we could have
I bet it
followed
was a
around.
show, yeah.
Yep. So he just, when they walked out one of the goalposts, he followed them down onto the main strip, into bars, and into Fraternity House, and eventually down to the Tennessee River, where they threw it in late night, early morning into the Tennessee River, which is something I think they did back in the late 70s or early 80s. But here you see the toss into the river as what's left of the goalpost goes in.
Good move by Dave Ubben. Do you think it was a strategy move, a play where he
Maybe
could get into
so.
Fraternity House and bars?
Oh, I said maybe so before you finished the question. I don't know.
Yeah, but it was a crazy scene up there. One of the more, I guess, in-your-face moves was right after the game, while everyone was rushing the field, they piped in Dixieland Delight, the one Alabama fans claim, and they sang it full throat at 102,000 in the stands, really loud as people were rushing the field. So it was a lot of 15-year built-up clapback from Tennessee in the win over this week over Alabama this weekend. The AP football poll has Georgia, Ohio State, and Tennessee 1, 2, and 3. Michigan, Clemson, and Alabama drops down to number 6. Ole Miss is in at number 7. Ole Miss is at LSU this week. LSU with a big win over Florida. Nick Saban's news conference in just a second. We will talk more about what else went on in the SEC after LT tells us about our friends at Odie's.
Yep, Odie's Tavern, Birmingham Institution, right there in Crestline Village. Get in today, go see Will Haver and that great staff. And remember, every Wednesday, Odie's Team Trivia. But if you're looking to enjoy this fall weather, you can sit outside on that patio, enjoy great lunch from burgers, award-winning wings, delicious sandwiches, including my personal favorite, the Diablo sandwich. Get in today. Go see our fine folks at Odie's Tavern, Crestline Village.
We'll interrupt the conversation as soon as Nick Saban makes his way to the podium, but what you saw Ole Miss beating Auburn and what you saw LSU winning on the road at Florida, that game this weekend on CBS 2:30 is an interesting contest. The Magnolia Bowl, the Rebels and the Tigers.
I mean, I don't know what to make of LSU. Like, you watch LSU's second half against Mississippi State, and you think, you know what, this team, they've got a little bit. And then you watch some LSU and you don't know. You watch them against Florida and they looked really good.
Yeah. Here's the Nick Saban news conference. Let's listen in live.
So after watching the film, this was kind of a collective loss by our team. I don't think we, played the way we wanted to play for sure. We didn't execute the way we wanted to play. We had a few great individual performances. Guys played extremely well. But we also had some guys that it's our expectation that we need as coaches to try to help them get to where they can play better. There was too many things that we did in the game. I mean, 17 penalties is, just 130 yards of field position, probably lost about 70 yards of field position on special teams. whether it was a poor execution by a specialist or, the mistake we made on trying to pick the ball up when it wasn't a live ball. I mean, that's 200 yards in the game, so that's like 2 touchdowns probably. Gave up explosive plays on defense, which is something that we had done a good job of to that point of not doing. And, the last 5 plays of the game, we didn't execute. We can talk about running the ball, but we dropped the pass, clock would be running, and we would be closer. We miss a hot and don't run the route right, clock would be running, and we would be closer. So this is something that from the bottom up, all right? I mean, I'm talking about coaches, I'm talking about every player, I'm talking about me. We all got to do a better job to, help these guys learn from their mistakes, improve and get better. This is not the way you want to manage through a season by games coming down to the last play. And the things that you did up to that point got the game to that point. So, we want guys to focus on, hey, have fun doing your job, have great energy and enthusiasm and intensity, and go out there and play the next play. Don't worry about results and the consequences of those results, because sometimes that creates anxiety, which sometimes doesn't lead to positive performance. So that's something that we need to improve on. Mississippi State's an outstanding team. I think they're 5-2. Mike Leach is one of the most difficult guys offensively to try to defend relative to their offense. The quarterback, Will Rogers, does a great job with that. They're one of the leading passing teams in the country. They've got a good receiving core. I think they're running the ball more effectively this year than maybe in years past. Their defense is very aggressive, create a lot of turnovers, do a lot of pressuring of the quarterback. They're good on special teams. They've got good specialists. So it's going to be a challenging game for us, and see how our players respond to, the situation that we've created for ourselves.
Across the entire season, has there been a particular type of penalty that you found to be a significantly bigger problem than others?
Well, we've been harping on pass interference, to keep our hands off of people. I do think in some cases we do a good job of guarding them. We just got to do a better job of timing up the SWAT, whatever. Too many pre-snap penalties, false starts on offense. I think we had 3 in the game. And 2 of them were guys that they're looking at the ball. They're not even thinking about the clap or the snap count or whatever. Those things are jumping off sides on defense. Had a couple of those. So, those are the kind of penalties that are undisciplined, not focused, not looking at what you're supposed to look at, so that, we don't have those issues, but they all put you behind the 8 ball. So, when guys are out there competing, sometimes we drive a guy to the ground and end up getting a holding call. You like that kind of aggressiveness. You don't want guys to hold, and we're certainly not coaching that, but, there are penalties of, sort of omission, and then there's, penalties that guys are just, playing hard and trying to do the best they can, and every now and then, something bad happens. So easier to live with those than the others.
On those undisciplined penalties, how were those addressed? How were those fixed in the week afterwards?
Well, I think you got to do it in practice. I think you create all these habits, in practice. And I think we got to make players more accountable in practice for doing things correctly, paying attention to detail and doing the little things right. We can't go, hang them up for, doing this. There are players. We need to get them to understand what they need to do, not to allow these things to happen, and understand the consequences of what happens when you do it. And I think if you continue to do it consistently, maybe we need to play somebody else. There's always a little fear that goes with respect, and respecting what it takes to win. You also should know that, hey, my job could be in jeopardy if I don't respect the things I need to do to win.
Were you given any kind of explanation on why the hit on Bryce wasn't ruled targeting?
No, we turned the plays in. I'm sure the league office will look at it and make a determination. So, there's two things that is at issue here is targeting, but you're also not supposed to hit the quarterback in the head. Last year against Texas A&M, Malachi got thrown out of the game. Guy was out of the pocket, jumped up to block the ball, and ended up almost accidentally hitting him in the head, got ejected from the game. So there's really two things that should be looked at.
You mentioned the explosive plays given up on defense, specifically for pass defense. What needs to be done to limit those going forward?
Well, we limited them all year long. So we've had less explosive plays this year than we've had all year. So we certainly don't want to give them up. They did a good job of taking those wide splits and creating some matchup things because of the wide splits. Guys got to play with better focus, better leverage. Got to be able to cover people better. It's simple as that. I can't. They are our players. We think they're good players. We think they're capable. They need to play with good technique and good focus on the little things that help you make those plays.
Coach, of course, no one likes to lose, obviously, but when a loss happens, what do you expect to see from the leadership group in getting these guys focused and getting these guys understanding that we got to play to the standard?
Yeah, well, I think that, our players all want to win. And regardless of how everybody feels, we feel worse. The players are out there competing. They're playing hard, maybe not always playing smart, maybe making too many errors that we need to fix. And as coaches, we need to help them fix them, teach them. They need to learn from the lessons that, learning occurs best when you make a mistake, but you got to take advantage of that. And I think it's important for our players to get that. It seemed like we had maybe, you want to have great energy and you want to be loose. I thought we were tight, especially starting the game. Coming out of the locker room, our players always chant. They weren't chanting. I said, why aren't you guys chanting? What's up with that? And so it's not that they don't want to do it. It's not that they're not trying. I just think we've got to get our focus in the right place and our psychological disposition in the right place so that we can look. When you compete, it's fun to compete when you play the next play. It's no different than playing a pickup basketball game. All right, he's got the ball, I got to guard him. I got the ball, I got to beat him. That's how you play. That's how you compete. You have fun. Sometimes he wins, sometimes you win. All right, but you're having fun doing it. You're competing. That's what's important. And you can't worry about the outcome. You can't sit there all tensed up because you're afraid the guy's going to shoot a three on you. You got to play the play and go play the next play if he does make a three. So so much more fun that way. Not looking at the scoreboard, not worrying about results, not being fearful of what's going to happen if something bad happens or if we lose a game. Just go play, compete. And then when the game's over, if we do that and we do it well as a collective group, we can live with the results. So that's what it's our job, my job, to help these players get to that point.
Hi, Coach, back here. Just talking about all those learning lessons, you can never anticipate what a player is going to learn or how they're going to react from what you're coaching them. So how much of this is just trusting that these players at this point in the season are going to become more disciplined and play the way you want them to, or how much is it on the coaching staff to try to get them there, even though we're at this point in the season?
It's both. It's both. And everybody responds differently. I think you're exactly right. But we can't continue to tolerate guys that aren't doing the things they need to do to be successful. Nobody's entitled to a position. Everybody's earned the position that they're in by showing that they have the capability and ability to do it on a consistent basis. And that's something that you have to continue. And the grind of the season, being in the middle of the season, being a little bit hurt, tired, whatever, can't lose your focus on doing the things you need to do to continue to improve and get better, because other people are looking at your flaws too. So, I told the players a little story about, a carpenter has a special light that he finished carpenter to see if the wood is exactly what he wants it to be. He's looking for flaws in the wood. Well, people are looking for flaws in you. All right, whether it's how you block, how you tackle, how you cover, whatever it is you do, how we cover punts, whatever it is we do. And we have to be aware of that and know that we need to correct these things, all right, so they don't become issues for us in the future.
Two more quick ones, Nick. And Tony.
Bryce was taking a couple big hits during the game. We talked about the potential targeting one. I guess how hard is it to kind of tell him like, hey, you got to protect yourself. You don't want to get in a situation like you did hurting his shoulder before, but also, extending plays and making stuff happen like he can.
Look, Bryce is a competitor, and he's a great competitor, and he's a good leader on the team. And we need to do a better job of protecting him, and we certainly don't want him to get hit. Can we do that 100%? Sometimes he scrambles and runs and gets hit. But he's a competitor, and he's one of the guys that is a real warrior, on our team when it comes to doing whatever he needs to do to try to help the team win, whether it's scramble, sit in the pocket, all right, for the last minute and try to deliver a ball and maybe take a hit because of it. We don't want that to happen, and we need to do a better job so it doesn't happen. But can we eliminate it happening? And will he ever be a guy that doesn't do everything he can to help the team have a chance to be successful and help that play have a chance to be successful? I don't think so. I think that's why he is what he is. It's why he is a great player, because of that. So I don't know how to change that.
Finish right here.
You've spoken a lot recently about how difficult pass interference is to call. Would you like to see that become a reviewable play?
My big thing is just consistency. Call it the same for everybody. And it's hard to define exactly what you can and can't do. So I would rather see that happen. In the NFL, they defined exactly what you could and couldn't do. And it's a really, really difficult judgment call, but you knew exactly what you could and couldn't do. And I think that would be beneficial. And, I don't know whether it should be a reviewable call or not. I mean, if we make everything reviewable, why would you call anything? I mean, we reviewed one of the hits on Bryce, and it wasn't. So I don't know. All right, thank you.
That's Nick Saban there. It's about as critical you'll ever hear him be about officiating.
Well, I think it's safe to say he thought that was a target on Bryce Young and probably wasn't terribly pleased with the pass interference calls either. I mean, it is defined in the NFL. Basically, in the NFL, you don't touch the guy. Now, you can't go to that in college, or every game would be 100 to 100 if you did it that way.
And if we review everything, every game would go 4 hours.
That's right, yeah.
We don't want reviewing. Okay, when we come back, we've got, and by the way, that's our Hamburger Heaven on-campus drive-through. We do it every Monday with Nick Saban, every Tuesday with Brian Harsin. And it's brought to you by our friends at Hamburger Heaven.
Yeah, since 1982, Hamburger Heaven serving up the best cheeseburgers, hamburgers, hand-spun milkshakes, French fries, great sandwiches, including that club sandwich. All of their ingredients fresh, prepared daily for breakfast or lunch. Stop into one of those 4 locations today: Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, Homewood. It's Hamburger Heaven.
Okay, when we come back, not only do we have 4 downs, but Brian Harson, who does not have a media availability this week, will join the show. We've got video of him at the Monday Morning Quarterback Club here in Birmingham, where he was the speaker this week. A tradition of Auburn and Alabama coaches speaking during their bye week. So Harson made that media availability today, and we will hear what he had to say about everything at Auburn when we come back, and we'll do 4 downs. This part of the show is being brought to you as well by our friends at MyBookie.
MyBookie.ag is where you go to start the win. I sounded like Brent Musburger a little bit when I started that in my head. Did I not?
Maybe in your head.
MyBookie.ag.
A little bit more Keith Jackson there.
Hello. Your favorite athletes always strive to put themselves in winning position. It's about time you do the same with MyBookie.ag. MyBookie has the biggest online selection of odds and contests to fill all your sports betting needs anytime, anywhere. Bet on the NFL, the Major League Baseball playoffs, or play for a share of big cash prizes in the weekly blackjack tournaments. If you've been waiting for the right time to get in the action, well, that time is now. Make your winning move today at mybookie.ag. You'll need to use promo code NEXTROUND, and they'll double your deposit up to $1,000. Up to $1,000 in that double deposit bonus with code NEXTROUND. That's the promo code NEXTROUND to claim your bonus. Experience sports in a whole new light. Make it a winning season. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere. MyBookie.ag, code NEXTROUND. MyBookie.ag, code NEXTROUND.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
Unexpected expenses are every homeowner's nightmare. The longer you wait, the more the expense. That's why if you have water, fire, or mold damage to your home or business, you should call DryTech immediately. The quicker you call, the more you save. DryTech's professionals are accustomed to dealing with these situations and can guide you toward the quickest and most efficient solution to your problem. DryTech also offers 24/7 emergency services, so let DryTech prevent a minor problem from becoming a major one. Call DryTech 205-637-0143 or go online to mydrytech.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations: Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
Whether you're a weekend athlete or sports is your life, Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics wants to help you stay in the game. If you have an injury or pain that says something's not right, let Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics help you make your greatest comeback. From concussions to sprained ankles, our experienced team is ready with treatment options. Find a doctor at precisionsportsortho.com/providers.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at New Life Art. Daniel A. Moore has completed his original full-color oil painting honoring Bryce Young, Alabama's 4th Heisman Trophy winner. This painting depicts the memorable Heisman-worthy go-ahead pinpoint pass to John Mechie in the corner of the end zone as the Tide dismantled the Vaughan, Georgia defense in the SEC championship game this past year. Use code TNR for 15% off. You can order online at danielmooreart.com.
You've been wearing that thin, raggedy t-shirt for years now, and people cannot stop whispering and staring in your vicinity. We've all been there. Luckily, there's a solution to your lack of fashion and social cues. At nextround.store, they have plenty of options when it comes to a variety of shirts and hats. Once you start putting that Next Round gear on, be prepared to make new lifelong friends and hundreds of unforgettable conversations. Hope you like random high fives in the street, because that's what you're getting after visiting nextround.store.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
Double the fun and more ways to win at Victoryland Casino and Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Come play thousands of your favorite games featuring fun bonuses and big jackpots. The new Ride plus $50,000 cash giveaway is going on right now. We're giving away a Ford Bronco, Jeep Wrangler, and $50,000 cash. The more you visit, the more chances you have to win. Drawings October 21st and 22nd. Come win at Victoryland Casino and Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Must be 21 or older, must be present to win.
And we're back with some breaking transfer news out of Tuscaloosa. Tyler Bigbie, the award-winning realtor we've been talking about for months, has moved his license to Keller Williams Tuscaloosa. Tyler can now service Baldwin and Jefferson County as well. Call Tyler Bigbie if you're looking to purchase a home this fall, 205-826-6476, or visit tylerbigby.kw.com. That's Bigbie, B-I-G-B-I-E.
Hey everyone, John Lunsford here, and make sure to join Jerry Young and myself every Thursday afternoon at 1 p.m. for Next Round Preps. It's an in-depth look at all the various big high school football games going on across the state. We'll recap the week before and we'll preview the week ahead. Plus, we'll talk bracketology, recruiting, and other big headlines across all high school sports. That's every Thursday during football season at 1 p.m. on YouTube, nextroundlive.com, Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
It's not a direct question to Brian Harsin about his job status and future. It's a roundabout way to get there, but you're going to hear that in just a second. And we'll get to our 4 downs in this segment, Rockstar. The show is being brought to you by our friends at Backyard Adventures. Again, if this weekend isn't any more proof than I mean, the weather was perfect. It was about to be cold, so you just want to have that ability to jump outside in your own backyard at the drop of a hat and enjoy the weather with your kids when they're at that special age. Why not have the best playground, the best backyard adventure on the market with our friends at Backyard Adventure? Quality 100% cedar, lifetime warranties. They take care of it. And you, the customer, from start to finish, they will put this place set up. They'll maintain it. They've got a maintenance program. They'll take it down when your kids get older. Landscaping, so it makes your house actually more valuable. If you like to leave the Backyard Adventure playground there when you sell it, it ups the property value if you're putting your house on the market. And they've got also the alley-oop trampolines and the goal setter basketball goals to go with the Backyard Adventures. Here's how you get more details. And again, this works if you're in Huntsville, Montgomery, Atlanta. Just go on this website, the same website, even though it says Alabama in it. If you're watching us or viewing in Atlanta, they got a link for your neighborhood as well. BackyardAlabama.com. BackyardAlabama.com, wherever you're watching us. Get the playground your kids will love. BackyardAlabama.com, 205-408-4FUN. 205-408-4FUN. Still time to get them set up this holiday season. BackyardAlabama.com. All right, this is from ABC 3340. It's down at the Monday Morning Quarterback Club here in Birmingham. And this has been a tradition dating back to the 1939, this quarterback club. And for years and years and years, the Auburn and Alabama head coaches always appear. It's a great charitable organization, and they love to give back to this organization. So on the bye week, Auburn head coach Brian Harsin, his only media availability this week was down at the Monday Morning Quarterback Club. ABC 3340 was there, but this is Rick Carley asking the question of Brian Harsin about his job situation.
How have you shut out the clutter on your job status? It's all over the internet, everywhere you look. How are you dealing with it?
It's not everywhere I look. I mean, that's number one. Yeah, that's not where I go. I mean, I really, I've said it before. I mean, I go back, and it doesn't matter where I've been and what I've done. I always focus on the job I have to do and control the controllables. And I learned that a long time ago, and I don't know, that's just something that I'm very grateful for, that I learned that as a young coach, just to focus on the task at hand and to have the discipline to do that. And to me, that's what I think everybody should do. I think when you get caught up in things that are out of your control, it doesn't matter what you do. We're talking football. I think that's going to be a disaster for anybody. I got confidence in our staff and our players and what we're doing, and they got to do the same things, keep controlling what we can. That's all that matters.
I mean, you can say whatever you want to say, and Brown, you brought this up in the post-game show this past weekend. You can't say they quit on him because they haven't. They played their ass off.
Oh, they were down 21-0. I mean, they could easily have tapped out.
21-0 and lifeless.
Yeah.
And it changed quarterbacks. 21-0, lifeless, or no, it was 14-0 when we went to TJ Finley. Quickly fumbled, then it's 21-0. That team should have shut it down right there. I was surprised Lance. They actually came back and made it a game.
If I would have told you guys they're going in, Tank is going to go 179, 2 touchdowns. Auburn wins the game, right?
Yeah. Yeah, if you'd have told me that.
Typically in that situation.
Yeah.
Now they don't win the game. They lose by double digits again, and now Brian Harson's 9-11.
It's the weirdest thing. They finally scored in the second half. They finally, like second quarter, third quarter, they actually played really good offense. Not just they played offense, they played pretty good offense. And their defense lets them down. They cannot get it right at the same time.
AU Clay, the Auburn offense is getting better. Steve says, I think the quarterback change actually sparked Ashford.
It did not look like it did. I know you guys were in Knoxville. He was on the bench, and his body language was awful. And Ronnie Brown from the radio broadcast walked up and put his arm around him and talked to him. It was brief. You just saw it in a shot on the sideline. And I don't know that Ronnie said something. I don't know what happened, but when he came back in, Ashford was a different quarterback. But his body language when he got pulled, it looked like he was done for the day. I thought it was going to be Finley's game the rest of the day.
He did, as Lunsford's pointing out, got caught on camera slamming down the phone.
He was
talking
pissed.
Upstairs to the coaches in the booth.
But I want him to be pissed. Don't you want him to be pissed that he's getting benched?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. So that's Brian Harsin, what he had to say today. Thanks to our friends at ABC 3340 for that video there. We'll do 4 downs right now. It is brought to you by our friends at Vulcan Tires. 4 locations and a 5th one soon, I hope, in Pell City.
Yep, that's what we're looking for. Anything you need, brake pads, wheel alignment, tires, and more. They can do it bumper to bumper for you and your family. 4 locations, soon to be that 5th. You can go online for more information, vulcantireandauto.com.
First down.
We'll do this one first. Usually birthdays last. Happy birthday, John Rocker, 48. Happy birthday, Brian Snitker, 67. More popular with Braves fans, John Rocker or Brian Snitker?
I'm going to say Snitker. I mean, they won a championship last year. I know it was a major upset with Philadelphia knocking them off in the NLDS, but, you're fresh from a championship.
Yeah.
Snitker wasn't popular.
He gets a lot of criticism.
Yeah, wasn't popular until they got in the playoff run and won it last year.
Like, I've even seen people being super critical of the way he managed the Philadelphia series, which is people are being critical of Nick Saban today. So you lose, you're going to be critical of the coach.
More critical of Dave Roberts. I mean, you think about one championship for the Dodgers.
Yeah.
With all of these 111 wins this season, they'd only make it to the NLCS.
I know. And I know you don't like me to bring this up, but that one championship was a COVID-shortened year, too. I mean, it's not – you guys, the 162, you can't get done under Dave Roberts for whatever reason.
The postseason's amazing.
Yeah, it is wild. I would say Brian Snitker more popular than Rocker.
Goose says the Braves won in spite of Snitker, not because of him. Paul, though, says Snit gets undue criticism. Snitker is the vote over there. Did Rocker, was he on the
I think he's just forgotten now.
Was Rocker on the championship team, though, back in the 90s?
Who was the closer in 95?
Not Rick Mailer. What is it? Mark Worlers.
Yeah, Mark Worlers. But Rocker wasn't a setup guy on that team?
He might have been. I can't really remember. But I remember Rocker being the closer, in those later 90 teams that lost to the Yankees.
Yeah, interesting. Okay, second down.
Second down.
More disappointed after a good start when the season is done. Kentucky, Florida, or Penn State? More disappointed after a good start when this season is done in football?
I think it's going to be Florida.
Kentucky, Florida, or Penn State?
I don't know what Penn State's schedule. Brown, I don't know if you've got it there.
I can pull it up. Ohio State, I know, and I think they have somebody tough again this weekend.
But Florida right now, to get beat soundly like that at home, I liked LSU. I gave them out plus 2.5. I thought they'd win the game. I didn't think they'd win like that, and I didn't think Jaden Daniels would have 6 total touchdowns.
Yeah, I didn't think LSU could put up physically 45 points anywhere.
And, if their offense plays like that week in, week out, they're going to be a really difficult out. I can't figure out this SEC West, by the way.
It's hard, isn't it?
Yeah.
Everybody other than Alabama. I know what Alabama is. Not great on the road, really good at home most of the time.
Yeah.
Minnesota's who's Penn State, who they have this week on ABC.
Yeah, whiteout game, by the way.
That's the game that they're telling the country, we're not sending Herb Street and Fowler to that game. We're going to send them to the ESPN game with Alabama, Mississippi State. We're not going to send them to Minnesota, Penn State. Then they got Ohio State at Indiana, Maryland at Rutgers, Michigan State. Not that bad.
Okay, right now Florida is 4-3. They're playing Georgia. I don't see them winning that game. Do you guys?
I do not.
4-4. They go to A&M. Who knows?
Who knows? Toss up.
They've got South Carolina. They should win that. They should beat Vanderbilt, and then they go to Florida State. Florida State's much improved.
I think there are 2 losses left on that schedule.
Yeah, I do too. So
Yeah.
6-6.
Yeah, that's very disappointing.
That'd be 7-5.
7-5, still disappointing after the way they beat Utah.
Yeah, when you beat Utah and they jumped high into the rankings, you thought it was going to be more.
Third down.
Let's see if I can
read your writing.
Read my own writing. Bigger impact on their season after blowing a lead this weekend. Oklahoma State blowing a 14-point lead or USC blowing a 14-point lead?
I'm going to say USC because out in front of USC now really is just UCLA and then whoever they would play. Notre Dame's offense can't keep up with this USC offense.
Oh, no.
So I think, the way USC, and I've said this all year, their offense is legitimate. Defense is the Achilles heel, and it showed on
But
Saturday.
you guys, in his first year, had a path to the college football playoff. USC did.
Yep.
And blew it all up in Salt Lake City.
Now, there's an outside shot.
Maybe.
Because of the way they lost that game. If they run the table and they beat somebody that's highly ranked in the Pac-12 championship game, they could get in.
Yeah, like
just
an
'cause of
Oregon or
brand.
something like that, yeah. I think I would probably go USC as well because of everything Lance just said.
Do you feel like it knocked Oklahoma State out of the playoffs, or can they still get there?
Yeah, but see, I was already...
They have losses coming up anyway.
Yeah, I was already doubtful a Big 12 team was going to get in. I think you're going to end up with a bunch of 2-loss Big 12
who do you
teams.
guys like this weekend in Stillwater, Texas or Oklahoma State?
The way Texas played against Iowa State, they were lucky to win that game. I got to go Oak State.
Yeah, it's a crapshoot.
It really is. That whole conference is a crapshoot.
I mean, Texas was a playoff team, Big 12 champion for me, but
if you watched them Saturday, you wouldn't say that.
As I went back and watched some stuff,
awful.
I feel like Oklahoma State. I was shocked Oklahoma State didn't win this weekend. That was one of my favorite plays of the board. Stu, fourth down.
Fourth down.
Okay, this is the last one. I saved it here. More shocking to you, all right, that Max Duggan was not QB1 when the season started. Remember, Chandler Morris won that job.
Chad's son.
Or that Hendon Hooker was benched at Virginia Tech in 2020 and had to leave the program to find playing time.
And he wasn't QB1 at Tennessee either. Joe Milton was.
Joe Milton was.
Yeah, until midway in that Pitt game.
And apparently Hendon Hooker can't throw it 60 yards in the air because they brought Joe Milton in to throw the end of the half.
That was
Hail
weird.
Mary.
Yeah, I mean.
And maybe that's the knock at the next level.
Yeah, I was about to say, that kind of probably hurts you in the NFL eyes. I mean, they'll see that on tape and be, whoa. They don't trust this guy to throw 60 yards.
If I'm Josh Heupel, I would play it with the scouts ask me, listen, I've got a quarterback. It is my philosophy. I've got a quarterback who's in sequence. I don't want him doing something that's uncharacteristic, throwing a lob pass 60 yards right before the half to break any of his rhythm and consistency out. I bring in a specialist for that.
Yeah. By the way, almost connected on it, too.
That was well thrown.
Very close, yeah.
And as I told people.
I think Tennessee receiver touched it first.
As I told people up in the press box, I was a little chatty. As I told them up in the press box, I was like, I mean, to throw that good, it's not like in baseball where you get a bullpen warm-up session.
No.
Last second, they called Milton. He's standing over here with no expectation of getting in the game. He hasn't thrown a ball in almost 90 minutes, 2 hours at that point.
Yep.
He goes out there and throws a perfect Hail Mary pass.
That's a good point. That was a great point.
Yeah,
I hope somebody give you credit for that.
I don't talk in the press box unless I have great points.
Yeah, that's a great point.
Yeah.
So you were talkative and helpful after the game.
Yeah, I was.
Let's get back. I'm on the team.
I don't know.
Did we get Coach out?
Should I send our buddy Greg Byrne an
invoice.
A W-9?
I would. I'd send him an invoice.
What do you think
Absolutely.
that value is at right there? I mean, what should I
Did
charge
you get
him?
Coach off the field?
We got Coach off the field.
I'm going to value that at $100,000.
You got Coach off the field.
No, it's like this. Have we got the coach off the field? Yeah. All right. Good job, guys.
Y'all go get a beer. We're done here.
Yeah. It's Bud Light time. Oh. All right, that's 4 downs. Brought to you by Vulcan Tires.
4 great locations, soon to be that 5th location in Pell City. Anything you need bumper to bumper for you and your family, they can handle it. Locally owned and operated. For more information, VulcanTireAndAuto.com.
Okay, how was the lock this weekend?
We had a good weekend. Yeah. We had a winning night Thursday night, Friday night, Saturday, and Sunday.
Wow.
Yeah. Now, there was a time that
when I'd go out of town,
when LT would be on the road, you'd go oppo bet.
Yeah. That, knock on wood, the last couple of times out of town has not affected me.
That's good. That's good. I sent my guys. They were, as I told you guys. I think I told Brown on the pregame show. They were at a casino, and they woke me up in wherever they were. They woke me up in Knoxville really early in the morning, wanting to go down to the sports book before they hit the golf course, and they wanted my biggest plays of the day. So I gave them 6. And just off the top of your head, how'd they go? How'd my oppo go? Because I think I screwed them.
I think you went 4-2.
I went Tennessee.
Yep.
Win.
I think Oklahoma State still covered.
No.
I thought they were getting 4.5.
Lost by 3, right?
Yeah, I thought they were getting
maybe.
4.5.
All right.
I gave them Oklahoma.
That was a cover.
That was a cover.
Yep.
I gave them USC, still covered, right?
Yep.
Still covered. So there's 4 wins right there. I may have, when you.
I said 4-2.
When
I
you're
think you went 4-2.
when you're 2-32,
Yeah.
the last time I'm with that group, and then they are calling me wanting the oppo, and I think I went 4-2, 5-1 on the oppo.
Oof.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we were 5-3 Saturday. I really thought we were going to get the Alabama cover after the pick. And then yesterday, 2-1. Saints were our one loser, that team.
Yeah. I gave them USF. Did USF cover? I haven't seen the outcome of that game. Yeah. It was a pretty good day, but the lock was good. We got to play tonight either on baseball or Monday night
No, we're
or
taking
on
the Broncos.
both. Taking the Broncos? Yeah. Broncos, man, they score enough offense to do anything for a
They're
lot?
catching 4.5 on the road. I think the offense, after a long break, I think Russell Wilson plays well tonight.
Okay, Hemphill brings you the lock of the day, and they'll take care of your heating and your cooling, by the way. And hey, listen, 57's the high tomorrow, so it's time to turn that heater on maybe for some folks. And if it's not working right, running right, you need the guys who will fix it right and fix it at a fair price. That's Adam and Chad and the fine folks at Hemphill. They bring you the lock every day, and Lance will tweet it out at the Lance Taylor, and he's got more plays for you at lanceslock.com. Hemphill, for all your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs. Trust the name Birmingham's trusted since 1954. Hemphill Services, 205-229-2090, 229-2090, or just remember the name Hemphill.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
At Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, you can now drive the 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulia TI, the Italian sports sedan of your dreams, starting at $499 per month plus tax with $4,999 down, plus first payment and title due at delivery. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, 1837 Grants Mill Road, or Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com. Like financial lease, 10,000 miles per year, WAC, MSRP, $51,490. Stock numbers Q0059, Q0068, or Q0074.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
This is your home. You want a brighter future and a community that's united by action and commitment. And united starts with you. We are United Way. And for almost 100 years, we have served people from all walks of life. That's our united commitment. United starts with you. Give to United Way of Central Alabama.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
The Alabama Head Injury Foundation strives to improve the quality of life for survivors of traumatic brain injury and for their families. Whether the injury is mild or severe, the life of the injured person and their family is changed forever. The impact can be both emotionally and financially devastating. AHIF provides the information to help clients and families understand the results of injury. AHIF helps access available resources and provides services and programs which meet the unique needs of individuals with traumatic brain injury as well as spinal cord injury in certain programs. Find out how you can help at ahif.org.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at New Life Art. Daniel A. Moore has completed his original full-color oil painting honoring Bryce Young
Alabama's 4th Heisman Trophy winner. This painting depicts the memorable Heisman-worthy go-ahead pinpoint pass to John Mechie in the corner of the end zone as the Tide dismantled the vaunted Georgia defense in the SEC championship game this past year. Use code TNR for 15% off. You can order online at danielmooreart.com.
Don't let a roof problem disrupt your football Saturday or Sunday. Call Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing, locally owned at 205-542-3531. Greg wants to give you a free, no-cost inspection. Free, no cost, no obligation, 205-542-3531. He can also pressure wash your metal roofing. It's easy to see why his company's so successful. A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau, and insurance companies trust him. You should too. 205-542-3531, or just look him up on Facebook, Greg from Pell City.
Holly Mack Wilson is not your normal Keller Williams agent. With too many certifications to count, she is now in the top 2% of all Western Alabama real estate agents. That means she's more qualified to help you buy or sell a home, better trained in negotiating the best deal possible, and now can help you buy or sell a home anywhere in Alabama. From Huntsville to Gulf Shores or anywhere in between, call Holly Mack Wilson at 205-901-9446 or visit hollymachomes.com. Holly Mack Wilson, an anywhere in Alabama realtor.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live Daily Show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember, you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
Hey, Rockstar, before LT gives us Dr. B for the day, number 6, Hendon Hooker, I didn't see any player reaction from Tennessee, so I'm interested. On my cut sheet, it says, just another day at the office. I want to see how he said this. So this is Hendon Hooker after the win over Alabama. Just another day at the office is the way it's slugged on my sheet.
How special was this win for this team, this season, and for this program, big picture?
Yeah, we approach every game the same. Just another day at the office, and that's how we approached it today. Determined to just go out there and execute plays and play 100% for our brothers to our left and our right. We expect to win, and when we come out on the field, we're going to give 100%.
I love that attitude.
Yeah.
Magic Eye shirt he's wearing,
now,
too.
I do think that you asked the fans, it was a little different for them.
Oh, there's no doubt, but they can't be fans.
Yeah, and then once you see post-game in that locker room, the celebration was a little different than you've seen in the past.
Yeah, but I would expect that in the locker room. But I'm like Brown. That's a 24-year-old mature guy.
Very mature attitude.
Who knows that that's a meter-changing win in the rivalry with Alabama, but you may have to play Alabama again. You still got to play Georgia. And that if you, at this point, being number 3 in the country, if you don't get to Atlanta and don't make the college football playoffs, there will be some bit of disappointment there.
Well, I mean, if you screw around and lose to Kentucky and then drop one against Georgia, something like that, then this becomes a great memory that didn't lead to what it could have led to if you'd have handled it better.
Now, have you guys, though, seen the SEC nightmare scenario?
I have not.
I'll give it to you later.
Okay, we'll get into that, and that'll be our final segment. The 3 one-loss teams is the one LT's talking about. But first, Dr. B bringing us part of the show.
Had that hair analysis with Dr. Beckenstein. Just a couple of weeks ago, we got the results back. Hair's 12 to 14% thicker already. I'm pretty early in my treatment. Just started the second phase. Already have significant growth. Dr. B pioneered the use of NeoGraft hair restoration in Alabama. Remains at the forefront of hair preservation in the Southeast. Takes pride treating each patient personally, applying his expertise to produce those quality results for more than 20 years. Women and men have turned to Dr. B for a range of cosmetic and reconstructive procedures. He will use that experience, his advanced training in genetic testing, to help his patients fully understand the procedures they are considering. Call Dr. Beckenstein today, 205-319-0316. That's 205-319-0316.
All right. Every Monday on the show, we do a stock report, stock up, stock down in college football. It is brought to you by our friends at Baumhauer's. Rockstar, hit the button.
The Baumhauer's Spotlight.
Stock up, stock down. College football's stock report.
And our friends at Baumhauer's, they are still celebrating 40 years. Bob Baumhauer, the first to deliver the delicious taste of wings way back in 1981 at Wings and Things in Tuscaloosa. 40 years, 4 concepts, 14 restaurants later. Our friend Bob Baumhauer is still serving up great food and hospitality to the people and visitors of Alabama. Get in for lunch or dinner, Baumhauer's Victory Grill.
I'll start us off. Prime time last night on 60 Minutes. If you stayed after the Bills and Chiefs game, that was how they try to get you to keep watching, and it was the last story in there. In the process, because there's been some debate, a lot of people, because Deion took the Jackson State job for a purpose, to bring more awareness to HBCUs and to help athletes at HBCUs. And he's done a wonderful job, but he was asked eventually that the Power Fives will come calling. He said, quote, "I'll have to entertain those." So he said he'd entertain them. So to me, stock up for prime time. He's a guy that is going to get some conversations. I don't know if he'll get offers, if he does get offers, but primetime stock up right now as they had another easy win over Bethune-Cookman and Shedeur Sanders with 5 more touchdowns. Stock down is the obvious. It's Alabama's defense. Hooker, 385 yards passing, just another day at the office for him, he says. The Hyatt one is the one that's amazing. Couldn't keep him out of the end zone. 5 touchdowns on 6 catches, and the length of those touchdowns, 60 and 78 yards just in the second half, that's stock down for me. Let's go next to LT over here with his stock report. What do you have?
I brought up Brett Bielema earlier in the show with Joel Klatt. They're 6-1. Their one loss I still don't get. Second week of the season in Bloomington to Indiana.
Makes no sense. Yeah.
And when you look at their schedule now, I think they've only got one more loss on their schedule.
10-2. Huh?
I think they're going to go 10-2, which is an amazing turnaround for a program that was just complete garbage.
And depending on how it shakes out, if Michigan and Ohio State both get into the playoffs, that could send Illinois to play in the actual Rose Bowl game, which would be remarkable.
Yeah, and NC State is stock down. They're still ranked. They're 5-2, but coming off a 9-point performance against Syracuse, and now Devin Leary's out for the entire year. I don't know if this offense gets better. They've still got 2 road games: North Carolina, Louisville. They've got to play Wake at home.
Were they a top 10 team?
They were.
So there's another one of those top 10 teams?
Since they hit, they weren't preseason.
Oh, they weren't preseason.
They hit number 10, I think, in week 3 or 4. They've lost 2 or 3 since they got into the top 10.
I knew they, like Tennessee, were one of those off-season darlings. Tennessee living up to those off-season expectations. NC State not.
My stock up, the University of South Alabama. The Jags won over La Monroe. They are getting votes in the top 25. They are 5-1. Good game with them in Troy Thursday night. ESPNU, by the way.
Their only loss?
1 point loss.
1 point loss at UCLA, where they faked a field goal inexplicably.
Yeah, who, by the way, is a top 10 team.
Yeah, I mean, they could be undefeated with a win at UCLA very, very easily. My stock down Notre Dame. I gave stock up to Marcus Freeman after he turned Catholic. They were undefeated. That ended this weekend. They are the only team this year to lose twice as a 16 or more point favorite. They are the only wins in the Power 5 for Marshall and Stanford.
Yep.
That's embarrassing.
That's
bad. That is very bad.
Your graphic for a second, I thought you had it upside down. Turning it around upside down almost looks exactly the same upside
you're
down.
Absolutely right. It goes either way.
All right, that's our stock report brought to you by our friends at Baumhauer's. When we come back, LT's scenario that is possible, and we'll see if it can work out. It'll be brought to you by our friends at Buzz. The Buzz Thought of the Day next.
Follow LT on Twitter at @TheLanceTaylor.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the next round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
Hi, this is Alex Durant from the Better Business Bureau. Does your business believe in ethics? Is your business trustworthy? Do you hold your business to the highest standards? Does customer service reign supreme? After you've answered yes to all these questions, answer this. Are you BBB accredited? If not, why aren't you? BBB is a community of ethical, like-minded businesses and brands that believe ethics and values like trustworthiness play a vital role in the marketplace and in the success of their business. BBB accredited businesses voluntarily hold themselves to a higher standard, in turn making their communities a better place to live and work. The BBB torch was lit over 100 years ago by business owners like yourself to protect the public from the impact of fraud in the marketplace. Today, the torch is carried by businesses large and small who all believe that better businesses make better communities. Apply for BBB accreditation today by calling 205-558-2201. Mention promo code BETTERBIZ for a special offer for Next Round listeners and earn your sign of a better business.
When it comes to choosing a dentist, two things are critical: trust and comfort. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. It's why I tell you about Stone Creek Dental Care. Dentist owned and operated, and Stone Creek Dental Care is the Southeast premier provider of comprehensive dental care with more than 20 locations, including Birmingham, Chattanooga, Huntsville, Trussville, and Montgomery. Stone Creek Dental Care is able to provide a level of quality care you will not find anywhere else. From your basic cleaning to restorative dentistry, cosmetics, and endodontics, Stone Creek Dental Care covers a wide and comprehensive range of dental services for patients of any age. Stone Creek Dental Care's mission is to provide the highest quality dental care to every single patient in an environment that exemplifies the highest ethical, personal, compassionate, and professional standards, and to provide the best patient experience possible. Stone Creek Dental Care is currently accepting new patients at all locations, and new patients get a free Chick-fil-A gift card at your first appointment. So visit StoneCreekDentalCare.com to find a location nearest you. StoneCreekDentalCare.com.
Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice.
The Next Round is proud to partner with Vulcan Tire and Auto, and we're excited to announce their first-class team and facilities are growing. If you are an experienced general maintenance technician looking for a new opportunity with a great growing company, go by Vulcan Tire. They want to talk to you. Not experienced, but interested in working on cars? Again, go by Vulcan Tire. They have a spot for anyone that has a can-do attitude, wants to work, and enjoys helping people. 4 locations and more to come. Vulcan Tire and Automotive, Moody, Trussville, Hoover, and Gardendale. VulcanTireandAuto.com. Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Nick Saban called it a collective loss. You can see his entire news conference on our YouTube channel, where some of you are watching right now. Remember to like, subscribe, and hit the thumbs up. LT's final wild SEC scenario brought to you by Buzz, who will keep the wild thoughts running.
Yeah, fastest, most affordable delivery service with pricing in line with your favorite package or convenience stores. Buzz combines the best of service and delivery industries to create this unique to Alabama and first of its kind service found on your app store, BUZD. That's BUZD. Use the code NEXTROUND, 15% off your first order. They've got cannabis, including the Delta 8. They got tobacco, all kinds of alcohol delivered right to your door from downtown Birmingham to Highway 119 and everything in between. We bring the buzz to you. Get buzzed, BUZD.
Okay, give me that scenario.
Okay, so I threw out earlier, somebody topped mine. Somebody's got a 4-team SEC. Here's how it would go. Alabama SEC champion, Georgia SEC champion runner-up, both 12-1. Tennessee 11-1. Beat Alabama. Ole Miss 11-1, only lost to Alabama.
Yeah, when you said 3 teams, I thought, I bet he's not even thinking about Ole Miss. Now, it's very unlikely, but it's possible.
What do you think? Do you think heads would explode?
There's no way. But see, even one loss is you got to have something happen in other conferences to get.
But let me ask you this: let's say that USC, we'll just use them for example, is a 2-loss Pac-12 champion, and you've got a 2-loss Texas that's a Big 12 champion.
And one of those champions would go in front of one of the 1 loss.
But you still have Clemson and Ohio State eating up spots. There's only 4 spots. But that's why, Greg Sankey's okay going with expansion because a lot of these extra spots will be filled up with SEC teams. It is a scenario that we start getting into about this time of year. Remember, it's just a halfway point. These things usually sort themselves out, which could be, in 2 weeks, the Tennessee lost to Kentucky, right? Then that changes the landscape of everything.
Yeah,
what you're thinking.
yeah. If you get a bad upset in there like that.
All right. We are back with you tomorrow, 9 a.m. Central. A new Mystery Fifth Hour coming out soon as well, and a new Next Round cocktail taping soon. Until next time, God bless you and God bless America.